Hello, good Tuesday everyone, and we are live on YouTube as well as Twitch. All right. Whoops, I did not mean to click on the barbarian. Hey everyone, hello, good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Good night if you're falling asleep. I saw Rock the C-Pop falling asleep gang. Hello. I was up yesterday because I thought you were still doing Mondays. Yeah, I know a few of you were here 24 hours ago, and I'm sorry about the last minute change. I had to go somewhere yesterday, so I had to move the stream one day with very short notice. So apologies for no stream yesterday, but we do have one today, which is hopefully gonna be very fun. Good morning, hello. I'm doing fine, thank you for asking. Doing very well. Gonna start off the hydration early. Refreshing. So we are doing a assassin run as hinted because it is really overdue. The assassin has not been featured as a main character yet, and we are doing one hit, one kill, one shots only. And I'll explain more in a second. Has your opinion on hardcore changed after the last run? Yes, very much. I think I will be doing a lot more runs in hardcore. Not this one, because it doesn't really... Oh, what did I change? No, did I... I reset my gameplay options to the normal. Alright, hold on. I need to... What do I usually do here? Show ammo, show clock, gem mode, manual of course, allow online chat. I'm not online, but anyway. Oh, there, that one is important to take away. Subtitles, sure. Cursor sensitivity. Man, that is annoying. Oh, here we go. Minimap right. Opacity. You know what? Actually, let's... No, I don't think that works. I was gonna delete this character and start over, but... Show game name, character names. Unexpected technical issues. Well, I don't know what I usually have my minimap on. This looks fine, right? 50%. A pro streamer, exactly. Very professional. Well, to my defense, it was set up correctly before the stream started. It's just that I messed it up right away. Yeah, this looks fine. We can change it up if we need to. So, what does one shots only mean? It means... Well, it is kind of self-explanatory, right? How do I phrase it, though, in an easy-to-understand way? One hit per enemy. So the general gist is that I can only attack, or sorry, not attack, I can only hit every enemy once, and they have to die from the first hit. If I attack and miss, it doesn't count. If I attack and they block, it doesn't count. If I use meteor, summon a big meteor that deals impact and then burns fire on the ground, that counts as one attack. But if another enemy walks into the fire and survives, that means it is void. Poison Dagger, 1 stab with the damage over time counts as 1 attack. What else? Oh, so basically, I have to hit an enemy once and then they have to die without another hit. There will be no mercenary since I can't control what he hits. I guess I could use a mercenary if I can guarantee that every hit will be a one-shot. That's possible. There will also be no summons and no thorns damage, no passive damage from paladin auras, etc. So once I damage an enemy, it has to die. You're never allowed to hit a damaged enemy. Yes, exactly. And if I accidentally attack someone and they don't die, I'm just gonna save and exit the game and reset. I'm not gonna start the entire challenge over because there's gonna be some trial and error. This is not on hardcore mode, no. Because, I don't know, I feel like doing a softcore run, because the one after this is probably gonna be 1 HP hardcore, so it would be nice and easy. How are you going to do act bosses? Yeah, and that's the really interesting part, right? Because I like to take my challenges through hell. But for this run, for the first time in a long time, I have no idea if it's even possible. My gut feeling says that we should be able to defeat normal Andariel, but I'm pretty sure that Hell Bale is completely impossible, I think. So if we can beat Andariel in normal, I'm happy. If we can finish normal altogether, I'm super happy and will consider this a success. But I have no idea how far this will go. It seems very interesting though. Up till Nightmare Mephisto is doable. That seems that sounds promising. The Ancient seem very tough. I haven't really done much testing for this. Are you recording? I am recording, but I'm not sure if I'll make a video out of this. It depends on how interesting it ends up, right?
They'll never see me coming.
Oh, I guess that's what subtitles mean. I don't really want those. It's fine, we can leave it for now. But for example, if I hit this Quill Rat, it died. And I happen to know from a little bit of testing that 5 to 9 damage is enough to kill any Fallen in the Bloodmoor, because I think they can spawn with either 2 or 3 life max. Does poison count as 1 kill? As 1 hit? Yes, it absolutely does. So for example, Poison Dagger would be 1 hit. Sounds like a player's 1 only challenge. Yeah, it does. It does. And some of you might have started figuring out why I chose the Assassin. And I'll get into that a little later. But just to show off the mechanics of the challenge, I have 1 hit every enemy so far. But for example, a zombie, oh, he didn't die. Then I'll have to just save and exit the game and restart, like reset the map. Only 1 shot counts. Yeah, 1 shot, 1 hit. I phrased it like 1 hit, because if I miss or it's blocked, does Thorns damage count as a hit? Yes, so I have to be careful to not do Thorns damage.
They'll never see me coming.
Basically, anything that, and I guess I can use Exploding Shrines as long as they die. Well, they didn't, but it also looks like none of them were hit, right? And I guess I have to just be really careful and not accidentally damage anyone. It's very weird that none of them were hit by that explosion. So for the first level, I tried this challenge up to like level 5 just to see if it was even possible to get started. And you saw I was talking about something else, but you saw this Fallen, I missed my attack because even at this level, I have a 5% chance to miss. So if I miss, it is no problem. I thought you would only save exit if you hit an enemy twice, not if they survive. No, if I hit an enemy and they survive, I will reset the game. Because then I have not one-shot them. So is this possible? Depends on the goal. The first goal is, can we even beat Andariel? The big goal for this series is beating normal difficulty. I don't think, I haven't like looked into it too deeply, but I don't think that it is possible to beat hell this way. And we're not gonna set the goal that high. So for now, I'm gonna run around, kill Fallen and Quill Rats, because I am confident that those will always be one shot. There is no way that you can kill Andariel in one hit. I haven't tested it, but I do think there is a chance. Definitely. Bale on normal has 26.5k HP or life. I don't want to think about that yet. We'll see. Alright, so level 2. And this is the reason I picked the assassin. Tiger Strike. You charge this skill up, and for every charge it gets plus 100 damage modifier. And this is a way to take care of zombies. As you saw, we couldn't really one-shot a zombie before. I think there is a chance to one-shot a zombie with 5 to 9 damage, but it's not at all guaranteed. But with a boosted normal attack, we can fairly reliably take care of a zombie. And of course, I don't have to kill everything. I saw someone mention Isuel. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting if we make it there. But of course, I can just skip Isuel if he turns out to be a problem. Okay, that was a miss. And if you haven't used Tiger Strike or martial arts in a while, you might notice that if I attack, I only lose one charge. And that was changed a while ago. I think it was changed at the same time as the Mosaic runeword was introduced. Good thing we don't have to kill Andariel for this challenge. Yeah, I like seeing doubters in chat. That fuels me to try even harder. So, I guess depending on what weapon we go, like what weapon route we go, might be needing a lot of strength for damage multiplication or damage modifier. This is not a hardcore run, no. I'm relaxing a little bit with softcore before going back to 1 HP or 1 life hardcore. What happens if you hit something and it doesn't die? No, yeah, because I don't look up every monster life level before attacking them, right? So if I attack something and it doesn't die, I will just save and exit the game and reset and try again. Some talk on YouTube chat about how I need to find Mosaic. You see, he didn't die, but I didn't hit him, so that doesn't count. Misses or blocks do not count. Of course, it might be hard to keep track of. And someone was asking like a while back about, for example, double claw, because that is 2 attacks. And that is interesting. I don't actually know. I haven't decided how to do that. Interesting. Does resurrected carvers not count? Well, if I kill an enemy and they are resurrected and I kill them again, then it's like I one-shot them twice, as far as I'm concerned. One click, one kill. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, this is 1 attack, even though it's 2 hits. Oh, that's interesting, actually. I didn't think that far.
Good day to you, partner.
So I don't know. Thank you, Last Brick, for the Twitch subscription. I appreciate it. Do we need to keep a nearby shaman alive for charges to kill the special zombie? I love that you asked that, Strobel, because that's exactly what I did when I finished Den of Evil on a short like trial run before this, to take care of his entire pack. Very cool strategy. I might be able to replicate that. You don't have to one-shot bosses, right? Oh, yes, I do. So there is a chance that this challenge only lasts... that this challenge doesn't leave normal or Act 1. But now you can see like the main gameplay we're going for. Charging up on weak monsters and then attacking big monsters. And I think I'll keep going with strength for now for some heavier gear. And you see this gets a fair boost per skill level as well. One button click, one kill would imply that a hammer of a Hammerdin, which could hit multiple enemies, counts as one hit. Well, if I was a Hammerdin and threw out one hammer and it killed every enemy that it hit, then yeah, that would be a one hit as far as I'm concerned, or a one shot. This will be the... No! Oh, stupid. Stupid. I was reading chat and forgot about the strategy. So then I had to reset. That's unfortunate, but that was player error only. So what was I gonna answer? Yeah, I was gonna answer... I forgot what I was gonna answer. I was so thrown off by the mistake. So I guess we have to start the Den of Evil over once again. Blessed Hammer doesn't hit more than once per enemy. Oh, yeah, maybe that was the question they were asking. Yeah, Blessed Hammer can't hit the same enemy twice anyway, so it's fine. So here, for example, I can't one-shot these zombies. So I guess I have to go and find some Fallen to charge up. Do you think I can one-hit this? Okay, I can. Lucky. Actually, I'm not sure how long the charges last, so doing this I might not have time to like... Okay, I did. I wonder if 2 charges is enough. Okay, it was, luckily. Oh, one click, one kill would make traps OP. Alright. I don't like that, because then, I mean, then one summon. So let's do it like this. If I use a trap, it has to kill in the first trap shoot as well. Which is gonna be basically impossible to track, so I'm not gonna use traps for that reason. So let's do it like this. The one hit, one kill applies to all my summons, all my mercenaries, everything that I have somehow influenced. Of course, I can't take responsibility for Flavy or the barbarians in Act 5 if we make it there. The one click, one kill would mean that walking needs to kill, right? Alright, guys, but you understand the spirit of the rules, I hope. So one hit... I think one hit, one kill is the cleanest description. Because that means one hit from me, a mercenary, a summon, a trap. One hit... Oh, that was a miss. But if there is a secondary effect... Sorry, gonna clear my throat. If there is a... For example, like this, right? Fist of Fire. That deals fire damage, splash damage, and leaves fire on the ground. I will include the fire in the ground as one hit, since it's part of the attack. We take it on a case-by-case basis. Yes, that is a good way to go about it, I think. Let's do a case-by-case basis. Save a shaman for corpse fire. Oh yeah, I'm banking on another shaman being close to corpse fire, but of course that is not guaranteed, right? So if a monster enters the fire field and doesn't die, yeah, then I have damaged an enemy without killing them. So I have to be very careful about using like effect on the ground skills. Definitely. Alright, corpse fire might be here, so let's save this shaman. Lucky that we got another one. And this is gonna be by far the most difficult and interesting part, right? How do we deal with elite packs? I am pretty sure that right now I wouldn't be able to one-shot them. So now I'm waiting for the shaman to resurrect the fallen. Alright, here we go. So I can kill that zombie. Alright, and let's go back to town, because I have another plan. So for anyone who joins late, the challenge is 1 hit, 1 kill. If I need every enemy that I hit needs to die. If I hit an enemy and it doesn't die, I have to save and exit the game and reset the map. But the goal is, of course, for that to never happen. So if you played a lot of Diablo, you know how powerful the scepter is. Very good base damage for a low-level character. And luckily we had a few amulets to sell. So we can... Wow, that's one expensive scepter. So we can afford one. And actually this has 2 sockets. That might be super huge. I don't have any damage gems yet. But I really like that. Let's see if we can afford that one. If we like sell most of our stuff. 3.6. Nice. This is gonna be big. And of course, a bonus against corpse fire specifically is the plus 50% damage to undead. Very nice. Yeah, AoE is dangerous. Tagging a unit counts, right. Yes, so for example, I used the example of Poison Dagger before. If I stab an enemy with Poison Dagger and they die 10 seconds later from the poison, that is within the rules. But this challenge is pretty much impossible. You can't one-shot bosses. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it is impossible, but it is, to me, a very, very fun problem to try and solve. But yeah, farming is gonna be tricky. So I already thought about a slight rules change in case we come to a hard stop, but let's not go down that route before we need to. So the question is this gonna be enough to kill corpse fire? I'm not sure actually, because when I did this like testing beforehand, I got very lucky with a very good weapon. Oh, perfect. Chipped topaz. I would like to use a topaz for magic find, but this is plus 1 to 8 damage. Alright. Minions are killable. Very nice. Now we need to bring the shaman with us, so he resurrects some chaff. How do charges work? Does the damage increase stack? Hold on 1 second, and let's just see if we can kill corpse fire first, and then I'll talk about charges. Oh, we did it. Nice, the first little W. So charges works like... Let me just kill the last enemy first. Oh, is there yet another one? One monster left. So the way charges work, you can see here, like it has 1, 2, and 3 charges, and each adds the corresponding amount of damage. It doesn't stack. It's not like you get 120, then 240, then 360. 360 is for all 3 charges. You can stack charges of multiple skills on top of each other. So I could max Tiger Strike and Fist of Fire, for example. That is possible. You can use Thorns to pre-damage them before one-shotting. Yeah, that is, I will ban... any damage I deal is forfeiting the goal of the challenge, I think. So no softening up enemies by Thorns damage, traps, Flavy, the Barbarians. Well, if Flavy and the Barbarians do hit an enemy, I can't really control that, so I'm not gonna reset if they hit something. But I'm not gonna like find a way to abuse that. I mean, if they stack with other charges. Yes, they do, Gabriel. They do stack. I wonder where the last... Let's do a few in Vitality. Vitality does not give more damage, so you can argue that any point in Vitality is wasted for this challenge. So the only way to soften up enemies would be through auras or damage from their environment. Yes, but for the sake of the challenge, let's just say that... How should I phrase it? Let's not... We're not gonna do that, like try and find a way to abuse some kind of aura to weaken them up. For example, I could pick a paladin and walk around an enemy with Holy Fire on until they are almost dead, but of course that is quote-unquote cheating. Yeah, Atia, you're already talking about Hellbale while we are in Act 1 of Normal. But I said at the beginning of the stream that I'm not sure if this is possible. And my gut feeling is that we can do Normal Andariel, but we won't be able to do Hellbale. So we'll settle for something in between. If we can beat even Andariel, I'm very happy. If we can beat Normal, I am super happy and would consider this a success. But we'll see how far we can go.
Hi.
But to me, there's no real point in talking about Hellbale while we are still in Act 1 of Normal. And this is gonna be hard to beat for the like near future. So what are we talking about? I've been very much concentrated on the game so far. Oh, I like you mean anti-resist auras? Yeah, definitely. I could definitely use conviction or lower resist. By like if we get that far, I could definitely do lower resist charges on a wand. That would be within the rules as far as I'm concerned. Ooh, a burst of speed is really nice, but the question is, can I really afford to not pump every skill point into Tiger Strike? Okay, so kiting Bale to Flavy is not allowed. Alright, it is allowed. Fine. Bloodraven has 113 HP, let's go. Yeah, Masturbator, that was the last thing I tried when I did a short scouting run for this. I killed Corpse Fire also on that run, but with like a rare, really strong weapon. And then I get to Bloodraven. I charge up 3 times with Charge Strike and hit Bloodraven, and I deal like 25% of her HP. So wait, 1 hit per enemy is the challenge. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it is ridiculous, but that's what's so fun, right? It is fun because it is ridiculous, in my opinion. Making sure to hydrate early today. I can feel myself coming down with the ever so slight signs of a cold, so I'm gonna be mindful about my voice. So I don't know how tanky spear women are, but like a charged up scepter strike should be able to take care of most enemies. Of course, already, partially because of the topaz, 30 to 61, it is a big damage range. So ideally, we would only attack enemies with 30 or less life. That might not be possible, depending on what we're facing. Actually, I'm gonna try something. Since we're so close to the waypoint, I'm gonna see if we can reliably one-hit enemies without charging up, because that would be nice. Alright. Looks good so far. Because if we can farm like this... Alright, never mind. That was maybe a boss pack. I should still pay close attention. Alright. So, another example, if you joined late, if I attack someone and they don't die in one hit, I will just save and exit the game and restart. Not restart from level 1, but restart from town, because there will be a lot of trial and error the further we go into this. Will this assassin be running around with a big massive two-hander eventually? I would guess so. I would guess so. But for example, in Act 1, we have spears. That is 3 to 15, and 3 min damage is very poor for charge strike, because, you know, obvious reasons. And this is 1 to 27. 6 to 13. Well, actually a two-handed axe would be better. So maybe I wasted that gem. Or, well, who knows, maybe we needed it to be able to one-shot the corpse fire. Right, before we try again, are there any more questions about the thing, the run? 3 resets so far. Yeah, a reset counter would be really fun, but I just know that I will forget to update it. Yeah, lightning damage is bad in that sense. Yeah, I think it was a bit hasty to put the topaz in the scepter. It's just that I found it right when we were about to kill corpse fire, and I was like, more damage, I need it. But yeah, that might have been a poor decision. I have a question for you. Have you always been this masochistic? No comment. But I do find myself enjoying playing the game this way. Alright, so I guess we ran into a boss pack last time. Let's make sure to pay attention to not have to reset over and over. Alright, well, so far so good. And they are downed in 1. Let's see if 2 charges is enough. It is, it is. Amazon with charge strike and crit would also be fun. Yeah, I thought about a lot of characters. Ooh, another topaz. And the problem with, for example, charge strike is that if you get a small, like, rogue charge bolt going this way and hitting one enemy, it's bad news, right? So I guess for now, we are just killing enemies for experience and trying to progress in the quest line. I guess I should click on enemies individually to make sure that I don't accidentally kill them. Oh, here we go, another minion. Or elite, I should say. Bishiboshi, can we do it? Yes, we can. Nice. And my low vitality is already starting to, like, bleed through. But as long as I can kill, like, normal chaff enemies in one hit, I'm very happy, because then I can, you know, at least get experience somewhat quickly. Of course, it would be nice to go up to players 8 for faster experience, but what you gonna do? So one-shotting the Dark Hunters seems very consistent so far. The swing animation looks nice. Yeah, I think the assassin overall has very nice animations, and like the ninja run style with the weapon behind her, very cool. I thought so when I was like 10, 13, and I think so to this day. Bonk. So let's see if this is the burial grounds or the stony fields. It is the stony field. I think I mentioned this like just 20 seconds ago or something, but I did try, when I scouted this run a little bit, I did try to kill Bloodraven, and I couldn't take off like even 25% of her HP. And someone told me she has like 118 life. So it's probably not worth even going there. Would like Cloak of Shadows at level 12 as well, but that's 2 skill points that are not going into Tiger Strike. And I guess skill shrines could be really impactful for this run. Do you think I can one-shot a skeleton? I think I can. Because this also has plus 50 damage to undead, and that doesn't show up in the damage number. Rakanishu right by the entrance. Do you think we can... yeah, we can try Rakanishu, especially if I take the skill shrine. 600% bonus damage with 3 charges. 44 to 88. Let's give it a try. Oh, I didn't hit him. Trying to make sure... I guess we can hit one of his goblins first, just to see if we can actually kill him. Of course, all damage, no crowd control, nor survivability. Might be tricky the further we go. Right. One-shot Rakanishu. Feels good. Which I guess means we could kind of farm Rakanishu for a while, for experience. Let's save the farming for when we like get stuck. And thank you Trace98 for the Prime sub on Twitch. I appreciate it. Let's go more strength and more Tiger Strike. And I'm banking on being able to one-shot the skeletons reliably. Nice. Would you consider another crafting challenge? Absolutely, but I personally don't like running a challenge back immediately, like going from crafting only Barbarian to crafting only Spirason or whatever. For me, it's nicer to do something else in between. But I had so much fun with the crafting only challenge that I can definitely see doing another one, for sure. Alright, so our Scepter is really pulling a lot of weight right now. Good base damage and bonus damage to undead. And not only that there are a lot of undead enemies, but undead enemies have a lot of life, typically, and I'm not sure if they have it already, but they also have a lot of physical resistance. Maybe not these ones already. Griswold has 103 HP, only poison res. Nice. Then we can go after him. Eagle Orb sells for a lot, only if they have a lot of high-level skills, right? Does like an Eagle Orb with 3 Firebolts sell for anything? Well, this obviously doesn't, since it has no skills. I guess that me getting distracted, thinking about how I should answer a question and then and then attacking without thinking about it is gonna be a big struggle for this challenge. The current challenge is about I have to kill every enemy that I attack. So if I attack an enemy, it needs to die from the first hit. Ooh, 1 to maximum damage. Though of course, I am mostly concerned with minimum damage for this challenge. Not so much maximum damage, right? We'll see. Start again from the beginning, Zarfen. No, because then we're not gonna make it anywhere. Because we're gonna have to do a fair bit of trial and error, I think, to get any progress in. You need more medium damage. Yeah, exactly. Minimum damage is what I need. So yeah, in that case, stack up on poison damage. That would be really nice, because poison damage doesn't have a range. Like, it's like 6 poison damage over 2 seconds or whatever. But I mean, imagine if we run into a monster with 100 HP and we can only get our average damage to 80, but we can get a damage range from like 50 to 120. So going for a high variable damage range might be the only way to get past some enemies. Maybe. Let's not think about that too much yet. We still have to make it through the stony field. Fire, yeah, fire also has a tight damage range, right? And as a bonus, fire damage is very good against Andariel. Oh, I didn't get the waypoint in the stony field. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see if I can snipe the... Oh, here we go. That was a miss, right? Yeah, that was also a miss. A miss. Let's just run back to the stony field. Sniping with a scepter. In one way, this is gonna be like a proper assassin, right? Gonna run around, look for an opening, and then rush in to take out the primary target. And then run away. Assassin roleplay. So this is a one-shot challenge, yes. But since there are no guns in this game, I will refer to it as a one-hit challenge. And also to, you know, work around the fact that enemies can block your attack and you can miss. Even with a max hit chance, it will only be 95% chance to hit. What? Oh, it was a minion. Alright, this is what we're in for. This is what we are... This is what I signed up for when I did this challenge, I guess. Though I didn't really consider that I will be trying to read chat at the same time. PSA, damage to demons undead does not work with kick finishers. Oh, that's good info. Thank you, Shannon Isol. I did not know that. I am very, how do you say, unknowledgeable. I don't know very much about how kicks work in this game. But it seems difficult to get a big damage boot compared to a big damage, you know, regular weapon. So for now, I will just... I mean, I should run away from this pack, because I don't think I can one-shot the elite, but I can't help myself. We need to try. Oh, I didn't even... My swing didn't even go off there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. These challenges are getting out of hand, man. Yeah, as I said at the beginning, I don't like expect to be able to finish this challenge. A lot of challenges I do, I kind of know that they will be difficult, they will be grindy, but you know, you can almost know from the beginning that they are possible. But this challenge, I really don't know if it is even possible or how far we can get. Which is very fun in another way. And I think it makes for a good stream challenge, because imagine if we only make it to Duriel and then the run is over. That might not be able to make an interesting video, like a full-length video. But it could at least be a few very interesting streams, in my opinion. Keeping a close eye so I don't damage anyone by accident again. How do you one-shot Andy? I'm not sure. I would guess a high-level Tiger Strike or a high-level Fist of Fire. But of course we don't have that many respecs. Are all these minions? Yes, they are. Let's find a non-minion enemy to charge up on. And then let's go for Rakanishu like the third time. I said earlier that I don't really feel like farming Rakanishu yet, but we by accident we have killed him several times already. So we can call it like accidental farming, I guess. Maybe I should not worry so much about every single small enemy. But I am kind of interested in the experience from the minions, right? Even though doing it like this is quite slow. Ooh, another chipped topaz. The greedy goblin gets his fair share. Nice. Of course, this as attacker takes damage of 1 and the chance to cast Charge Bolt, so I'm not gonna use that. I guess I can sell it still. Whoops, I guess I can sell it still. 3 times doesn't count as farming in this game. Well, we're not done yet. We haven't even found a waypoint. We'll see. So when you miss a hit, are you able to repeat it? Yes, and that is why I phrased it as 1 hit. 1 kill. So if I miss it or if they block, I haven't dealt damage to them, right? So then I will just pretend it never happened. But if I damage an enemy and they don't die from the 1 and first strike or hit, I have to save and exit. And now I think I need a little bit more life. That might be, how do you say, not a fallacy, but like a mistake. But it feels to me that I might have to run past a bunch of enemies. We're so close to the waypoint that I felt confident in trying one of those. They are quite tanky as well. Not looking forward to going into the underground passage either, because there's a lot of high-level monsters there. Blocked attacks is a landed attack though. It did hit, just got block. Yeah, alright. Whatever. Let's move on. Right, damage looking fine so far. Ooh, large axe, that could be a damage upgrade. I was trying to pick up the axe but didn't pay enough attention.
Hello.
7 to 13, 1 minimum damage, 1 to 3 fire, 1 to 3 lightning. Well, that is more damage. At least against non-undead. We might introduce a weapon switch already then. I have a lot of empty gear slots, but I don't think I can get anything from like these slots that boost my damage yet. Yeah, two more minimum damage. Well, I'll take it. I'll take it. Just name it kill damage challenge. No, I will not change the name because I feel like a lot of the comments about, well, what about this, what about that, are either nefarious or like, I think they're trying too hard to find edge cases that don't matter. So here I will use the club with bonus damage. What? Alright. So we might have a problem. I did not one-shot that skeleton archer.
Yes?
The concept is easy, people just trying to find exploits. Yeah, I mean, finding exploits to solve the challenge is fine. But I mean, how many questions about, well, what if you do this? Doesn't that count as challenge failed already? It's like, come on, guys. Are we really doing that already? I mean, if we wanted to, we could like discuss the challenge into being impossible and just, you know, stop doing it right away, right? But then we don't have a challenge.
Yes?
Yeah, this is a unexpectedly early wall to hit. Now I have already kind of like talked myself into this being an assassin run because I wanted to do an assassin run. Ooh, trident, that might be interesting. 9 minimum damage. 38 strength, 24 dexterity. Alright, 2 levels away. Yeah, I could. Are throwables bows allowed? Yeah, definitely. Let's give the underground passage one more try. These ones should all be one-shottable, if I can hit them. So let's try and attack a more dangerous enemy, like this. Man, that didn't die either. Okay. It seems I have underestimated the HP of our current enemies. Druid sounds pretty good for this since the fire skills have cooldown anyway. Yeah, but aren't all his skills kind of unreliable? Minimum damage is a bitch, yeah. That is already coming to haunt us. So I guess the easiest way to improve would be to get better gems, a few auras maybe. Can farm rock an issue? Yeah. I mean, the other way to try, I thought that I would be able to leverage Tiger Strike easier. But another character that could be good for this is the Charge Paladin. But that means no Assassin challenge. Because then I might be able to have more reliable high damage. Man, now I can't even attack monsters in the stony field. I guess I've been a bit lucky with the damage range on previous attempts. And that was a misclick. Alright, if this continues, we might have to switch to the Paladin and wait with the Assassin for another day. What am I drinking? I am drinking some Pepsi Max. Are there any Norwegians in the chat? I don't remember where I saw it. I think it was on Twitter that Norway are the per capita largest consumers of Pepsi Max. But I don't remember. I think I saw it on Twitter, and of course then you can't really trust it. Looking for a undead. Minions. A jewel, yeah, of course we get jewels when we are not doing crafting only. Yeah, that jewel activated neuron sounds. Yeah, definitely does. Whenever I find a jewel now, I like perk up in my chair. For sure.
These stones hold an ancient power.
I've turned quiet because I can't stop thinking about the Paladin. I mean, he gets the Might Aura, free damage buff. He gets Sacrifice, big damage early. And then, of course, Charge and Might. But I really wanted to make the Assassin run happen, since we haven't had an Assassin so far on the channel. So I think what we should be mostly concerned with is raising our base damage. So maybe we can even afford a few points not spent in Tiger Strike, since apparently we kill everything anyway. With the charged up attack, that is. How do you one-shot Andy as any other class? Yeah, that's the problem, right? The Assassin might be the only one that has a chance to one-shot the really big enemies. Oof, luckily I missed because I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the charge up skill instead of the attack. And of course, if we are truly stuck here, we can do a fan favorite repeat from the crafting only challenge, opening chests in the stony field in hopes of charms. Paladin isn't gonna have the same damage potential. No, that is probably the case. So it might be better to struggle a bit now than later. Of course, we do have the option of just running through the underground passage, but we have to kill enemies eventually, right? Tristrans, yeah. Don't forget kick, by the way. I think going kicks is a trap, since that bases its damage of your boots. And that's gonna be kind of tricky to get, right? High damaging boots. Man, this is rough. I think what we need to do is try to find some
What can I do for you?
poison damage or something. Pelican one shot with vengeance and conviction. The thing is though that a high level Tiger Strike adds such an absurd amount. I mean, it's already up to over 600%, right? Though I do guess that this damage bonus only works for physical damage. 12 poison over 3 seconds.
Good day to you, partner.
I mean, I'm down to try it. Oh, thank you, Valkis, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it.
Let's deal, my friend.
Like 13 base damage, not bad, not bad. You should get an amplified damage wand. I would love to, but unfortunately they don't exist. Alright, bow assassin. I mean, we're gonna have to try everything. Let's try and get one more level as well from Rakan. Ooh, a gem shrine, but I only have skulls in my inventory. That's too bad. Let's see if we can find another gem to maybe get a flawed emerald or a flawed ruby. That could be big game.
These stones hold an ancient power.
Hey, players 8 should help. should help with resetting, right? I guess we can be an archer for a bit. And if we really get stuck, we can pull up like the Amazon Basin bestiary and look up exactly what the maximum life of every monster is and, you know, work our ways backwards from there. But since there are so many new enemies in every area, it seems a little bit tedious. I mean, I will have to do that eventually, but like to do it already seems a little bit... Yeah.
I can't carry anymore.
Oof, I was afraid that that guy wouldn't die. Other upgrades we could get right away is to try and buy a superior scepter with 2 sockets. Let's see, since we have cleared the pack anyway, we can see if 1 bow shot is enough to kill a carver, and it is. Nice.
I am overburdened.
Ooh, that was close. How do you manage to make sure that you one-hit every enemy? Well, just the scout honor system, I guess. And now I'm just doing a bit of testing since I will reset the game soon anyway. Okay, so that was a minion, but then the poison damage wasn't enough. But it was also a zombie. Did I not use the gem shrine? I'm such an idiot. Well, for the future, I shouldn't save. Let's not save our, like, let's not save shrines anymore, because clearly I can't be trusted to remember. That was, of course, a big missed opportunity, missing the gem shrine. Wow, that was not enough. Two-handed stuff is gonna be required, yeah. So actually what I'm looking to do right now is to get another level, get 24 dexterity, and try to shop for a trident. So poison counts because I do 1 hit and then they take the poison damage over time. And that is fine by me. But I don't think that Poison Dagger is, or any other like poison focused spell is gonna be good in the long run, because enemies start resisting it so heavily eventually. Let's see if it still holds true that they die from 1 hit.
These stones hold an ancient power.
Countess runs until sod. I mean, we are probably definitely looking at some amount of Countess runs, that's for sure. I mean, at least as soon as we can actually kill the Countess in 1 hit. Unfortunately, you can't charge up with a bow. So I don't think a bow is like the long-term solution. Alright, let's go back to town and see if Geed will sell us a nice trident. So I think what I'm about to do might be a trap, because we might need a higher level Tiger Strike. But it would be so nice to get Cloak of Shadows and also Burst of Speed. No, hold on, Burst of Speed is a trap, I think. It only makes me move faster, attacking faster doesn't really help. But getting Cloak of Shadows might be very nice for crowd control. Maybe even required. Farm tails for a big poison weapon. Yeah, so that might be our best bet for a like mob clearing weapon. The problem is of course that a tall bow isn't gonna one-shot a boss. But of course we don't need to think about that quite yet. Imagine if this is a Jewel of Envy. 20 poison damage over 2 seconds. It was not. What does current boots damage look like? The best boots we can get are 4 to 10. Which isn't bad by any means, but a level 1 Dragon Talon only gives a 5% kick damage boost. How can you achieve that against bosses? Yeah, that's the interesting part, right? A broad axe has a Q level of 12 and average damage of 14.
Good day to you, partner.
Where is the broad axe? Oh, thank you. Sorry, I missed the... Thank you, Cyclone, for the Prime sub on Twitch. Alright, good call. Good call, Straylol. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength. But the reason I wanted to go for a trident was the high minimum damage. But of course I'm more interested in the axe then. Alright, let's go back and farm Rakanishu some more. And well, if you came to a Zarfen stream, this is what you're in for. I hope you're having a good time. Because this is what we're gonna do for the foreseeable future. Struggling our way through seemingly easy objects. Well, actually, hello there. Why haven't I been using strangling potions? I guess I only recently hit level 6. That's 24 damage. Guaranteed. Whoops. Alright. Of course, I should be using those. Gamble. Yeah, I can gamble, but let's get to the level we need first. Yeah, Bardis damage bingo 1 to 27. Let's go. I mean, there is a future, or like there is a path to victory that relies on getting a high roll on a like high variable damage weapon, right? Oh, he didn't die. And maybe a gas potion like that, is that really one hit? I mean, in one way it is, but it feels kind of weird, right? Ooh, have an ethereal rare hammer that you only pull out for bosses. I like that. I like how you're now you're cooking. Yeah, imagine, you know, making a super strong ethereal weapon and only pull it out for like act bosses when you really need a damage boost. I love it. Great suggestion. Now, of course, the first part is finding a good rare ethereal, or making one, I guess. Or I guess you can't make rare weapons. The challenge is try to preserve your sanity. Welcome to my YouTube channel. This is what you signed up for when you clicked on my stream. Ethereal Bone Snap. Oh, you're making me like froth at the mouth. That would of course be super awesome. I'm not sure exactly how I feel about strangling gas potions. I mean, they do kind of spice it up, so it's not that I think they don't fit the rules, but didn't feel good to use them for some reason. Felt against the spirit of the challenge, even though I have already said that I allow poison damage. No malls in Act 1. That is true, but we can, in theory, grind for experience until we get to a high level and then gamble one. Because that is a problem with Act 1 in general, that there are there are very few high base damage weapons, right? They are few and far between. Or they are not even far between, they don't exist in Act 1 for the most part. But we do have access to gambling. But I'm quite happy that we bought this bow, because it does at least allow me to reach 13 minimum damage, which is enough to take care of most enemies. I'm not sure about the Goatman, so I will take precautions and attack them with a big stupid axe instead. Alright, she survived. Another problem with a bow is, of course, that you might miss your target and hit a stronger enemy behind.
Yes?
Now, the bow says 12 poison damage over 3 seconds, so it is 12 damage in total. Can you get anything with gambling? I think we could get some really cool stuff with gambling. The problem is, of course, that it costs a lot of gold. But I am already thinking that we might need to start chest farming, because imagine a Jewel of Envy, 20 poison damage over 2 seconds. Imagine a Grand Charm with 6 poison damage over 3 seconds. Like, charms could really make a big difference in the early game. More gems could make a big difference in the early game. Yeah, triple talbow. Chef's kiss indeed. So I'm basically just thinking out loud. Chest farming is probably a good idea because of the potential rewards. Getting a few more levels, of course, always gonna help. And like, the problem we are trying to solve now is that our min damage when using Tiger Strike as a charge-up skill is too low, right? We sometimes attack like a Dark Stalker or I can't speak. A Dark Stalker Archer, and then we don't one-hit her, which is a problem, of course. And the best way to increase our minimum damage, I think, is via gems or via elemental damage charms. So to me the answer is obvious, we should do some chest farming. Though it doesn't seem like we have any great map for that. And now I'm just running around in the cold plains while thinking, and I guess I should run around in the stony field. Ooh, double boots. chest farming is great content anyway. I mean, my viewers seem to think so, and of course I don't mind some good old chest farming, so I guess that is what we are doing next. Though it would be nice to first get one more level. Oh, I guess one more level isn't gonna be enough to equip the broad axe anyway. Chest farming is just loot boxes with extra steps. Yeah, it really is. It really is. Oops, I attacked that carver twice. So technically I should save and exit the game.
I can't carry anymore.
But since we know that we can one-shot them, I'm gonna stay in the game.
Good day to you, partner.
Just so we don't have to restart all the time. That I'm not gonna allow though. Man, this is ruthless. Thank you, Rob Zombie, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. 3-socketed bow with gems. Yeah, that's another really cool idea. I think, though, I would probably rather go for... I mean, if we can power shop Gid for a broad axe with 3 open sockets, that should be possible. Or at least 2 open sockets. I'm not sure what the max sockets is. Because the problem with a 3-socketed bow, I mean, I like the idea for a damage weapon, but we need to charge up Tiger Strike as well. 3 is max. Okay, thank you, Soled Bold. 100 lightning damage circling Gamba at 24. Yeah, the problem is that it's gonna be 1 to 100. But you know, we're gonna have to do... We gotta do what we gotta do, right? Ooh, can you get Eisenheart from Rokanishu? I'm not sure, but actually Eisenheart's sword would be quite kind of sweet because it has such high min damage, so the damage range is very tight. We did get one of these at least. Probably don't need to sell a bunch of potions, but inventory space. Maybe wait until you get some magic find. Magic find actually doesn't affect drops from chests. But I do actually already have 18 magic find from 2 lucky early topaz drops. So now I'm going into the Bloodmoor to scout how far away the house is. 1 to 27 is the same average damage as 10 to 18. Yes, but the problem is that I don't want low min damage, because eventually I will attack something and it doesn't die. So I'm not only concerned with average damage, but also very much about minimum damage. At least for charging up Tiger Strike. So I guess this isn't the best place to farm. Now we're not even doing chest farming right now. We're doing chest scouting. Oh boy. Ooh, first amulet. Hope for +1 damage. Didn't get it, but 17 attack rating. We do need to hit our enemies if we're gonna kill them, right? I think Poison Dagger with Dragon Rune Word is the most damage. I mean, I did play a Poison Dagger Necro a couple of videos ago, and it was good. It was pretty strong. The problem, though, is that poison damage kind of wears off, right? So I think you can have a good early game until you run into like Andariel or... Yeah, I'm not sure. So now I increase the player setting to 8. Gonna be very careful to not accidentally attacking anything now, because I don't think I can one-shot anything. Actually, we can try to attack a normal fallen after we open the chest. Have you used... Oh, sorry, I'm gonna pick up the loot and I'm gonna read your message about the character planner. Let's see if I can attack one of these. Oh, I can actually. I guess... I mean, it is decent experience. Not great, but decent. Can we attack one of those? Yeah, one of those? No. Have you used the Maxwell character planner before? You can recreate characters and items one-to-one and calculate your damage output, even to specific enemies. Yeah, Paladin, a little bit. And I also know that you can look up monsters, like specific monsters in that character planner. Very cool. So you can look up exactly what the average and also like the minimum and maximum HP or life that a specific monster has. Very cool. And already chest farming is paying off. 1 jewel and 2 gems. Wow, nice. While other creators are farming terror zones and shrugging their shoulders for their 10th Shaco, I am happy to find a chipped diamond in the Bloodmoor. Oh, gold for gambling. Yeah, I should be picking up more stuff, I think, to sell. Oh, I need to drink a little bit more Pepsi. You're definitely right. I should be picking up more stuff to sell. I think boots, quilted armor, and caps and that stuff is usually not worth even picking up. I mean, maybe I should pick up everything, but I will do a little bit better job of picking up something that actually sells for anything.
Good day.
Jewel of Envy, Jewel of Spirit. I mean, we do have a pretty good odds of getting... What happened to the ring? Oh, it's on the floor. Sorry, I got confused. We do have pretty good odds of getting a Jewel of Envy, since we're doing like basically the lowest... basically the lowest level of jewel that we can find. Of course, there's still no guarantees. But we'll save this for crafting, and of course, if you was watching my crafted only challenge, you might feel my contempt or frustration or whatever for the fact that we have found 3 jewels already in this completely unrelated challenge. Okay, you can farm perfect gems already. Actually, you're not wrong. I can technically farm perfect gems already. Getting flashbacks to the crafting only challenge, farming gems and then farming gem shrines. Though a perfect gem is required level 18. I am currently level 8, so I think the best one I can use right now is the flawed one. I think that a normal gem is not available for a few more levels, and by the time that I can use a perfect gem, a rune is gonna be much better. But of course, runes require me to one-shot the counters over and over. If I may, can someone look up what the maximum amount of life the countess in normal has? I think someone told me already, but unfortunately I forgot. Was it like 110? Oh, 96 to 161. 150, 120. So 120 is maybe the average, but all monsters should be able to spawn with sort of a range. How about you change the challenge into only items from chests are allowed? It's not too late. Oh, you doubters only fuel my will to grind. Maybe that is your plan. And if so, it is working. But I am determined to at least one-shot Andariel. Ooh, a rare only chest. She has 75% fire resist as well. Ooh, the Countess. Good info, because then I might not be looking to use my rubies for her. Alright. Slightest of boot upgrades. Attacker takes damage. Though I guess 5 resistance this way or the other doesn't really matter already, right? Rare amulet, nice. And this is 10 poison damage every 3 seconds, so I guess I should be really going for 3 chipped emeralds in a broadaxe right now. Have you ever heard someone say that sentence before? Man, I could really go for a broadaxe with 3 chipped emeralds in it right now. Best in slot for our current character. Oh boy. Diablo Wiki says Countess has 96 to 161. Alright, I'll believe it. So 161 is very high, but of course it is enough if we can reach that with a charged up attack. I mean, we are very far away from that right now. And I am pretty sure that Tiger Strike only buffs your physical damage. So it's not gonna boost the poison damage from a chipped gem, for example. Start farming gem shrines again. If we have to, we have to. But I'm not sure how impactful that's gonna be. Of course, flawed gems are much better than chipped gems. We are currently on players 7 because that's the same drops as players 8. What happened to the last gem shrine? I don't know. It disappeared. It vanished into thin air. 2 sockets. Someone said before that the broadaxe can spawn with 3 sockets. Are you sure that the broadaxe can have 3 sockets? I believe you. I just want to make sure that 2 isn't the max. It's just 800, so I'll pick it up anyway. While someone makes sure. One emerald. Summit says it goes up to 5. Oh yeah, sorry. Like I'm in Act 1, it's gonna have a maximum item level of I forget if it's 12 or 15. Man, that's a lot of shaman. It's 2. All right. If it's only 2, then it might actually be good to have a 3-socket weapon with 3... Started a one... sorry, I lost my train of thought. I read another message and I got very envious. Sepuastian said, started a one-shot run as well and just found a chestnut jewel of envy. I am very envious of that jewel. For obvious reasons. I love your videos. D2R was the first video game I ever played, and with my grandma no less. Your videos got me back into the game. Loot Goblin. Oh, thank you, Pyro Cookies. Happy to hear that. And thank you for the compliment. I'm envious of whoever Zarfen's cupbearer is. What does cupbearer mean? Is that some... Or maybe I don't want to know. Is that the case? If it's not PG-13, don't tell me. Alright, so now we got 2 chipped emeralds in 1 drop. Very nice.
May I help you?
So what I'm thinking is that maybe we... Since this can have more sockets, maybe it's actually better than the broadaxe. It's not gonna get as boosted by Tiger Strike. But it will be better for charging up Tiger Strike. I don't know, man. I guess we're buying it all. This can go. And now we have our new charge up weapon. Beautiful. 41 base damage or min damage, much higher than anything before. This can go now. This still has the 50% bonus damage to undead, but this has 2 sockets. I mean, we are so far from being able to one-shot the Countess anyway, right now. Can we gamble a maul or something yet? I guess I can't even use it, like not even close. And I think I'm probably way too low level to gamble a maul, now that I think about it. Broadaxe seems so good though. Oh, maul is Q level 21, alright, then I'm way too low level. Yeah, maul can't spawn naturally in Act 1, but given a high enough level I should be able to gamble it. But of course, I'm only level 8, so it's not even worth looking right now, I think. Alright, so for the time being, I do think that this is enough to let us make it through the underground passage, and then we can keep going. Broadaxe is 3 sockets max in Act 1 normal. Alright, then I'll keep looking for another one. Man, those have a lot of poison resistance, don't they? Oh. Never mind. Let's pretend that never happened. Let's go again. Wait, in this challenge you have to one-shot everything, even mini-bosses and act bosses. Yes. With everything that implies, including that it might be impossible. Ooh, a rare bardish. I mean, it's very slow, but the range is nice, because then I can, like, they don't as easily run away from me, right? Poke. 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 Alright, well, we solved the problem we were facing, like the fact that we couldn't get through the underground passage. And you know what they say? Progress is progress. Oh man, I didn't even need the poison damage for that one. Let's keep going for Tiger Strike. And let's keep working towards the broad axe. It's gonna be a short challenge, I fear. Well, but with the current rate we're moving at, it's probably gonna be a decently long challenge, even if we don't really make it anywhere, right? Poke, poke, poke. This is kind of like a Spirason, right? Someone was requesting that I play a Spirason instead before, and this is, you know, kind of that. I was really hoping for another elite down here. Oh no, your belt is breaking. I guess I can maybe gamble a belt soon, like the one that is called belt, for one more row. Which boss do you think is gonna be the most difficult? Well, their HP scales like from act to act, right? Act to act, right? So Bale, obviously. But we'll take them as they come. First we gotta defeat Andariel, and someone said they have like, or she has like 1000 HP or something. And I don't know how we're gonna manage that. I do have a little pocket strategy tucked away. But it does require some grinding, so we'll see. And someone said that Tree Fist or Wood Fist or... Oh, no! Oh, I tagged the wrong enemy. That was bad. That was my bad. I did not mean to tag the elite. This is a nice rare, though it doesn't really compare to 30/3. I forgot what I was gonna say. Maybe best to try and find a waypoint in new areas. Yeah, definitely. And it's so funny because, I mean, you never play the game this way, right? You don't really care if you one shot or not. So it's like, as soon as like my subconscious takes off, or like the autopilot in me takes over, I like completely forget what we're doing. And that happens when I try, like I read something in chat or I think about the next step. But you're definitely right. I should definitely not go on autopilot at all, basically. And next time we make it through, I promise that we will go and find the waypoint the first thing we do. But if I charge up myself fully now, I do deal 106 to 176 damage, which should give us a pretty good chance of killing Tree Fist. Not a guarantee. Or what was his range? Oh, anyway. So yeah, Andariel is of course very difficult because I'm basically gonna need to do 10 times my current damage. And also I can't really use poison damage, I think, because she's quite resistant to poison. Like 50% poison resist, I think, already in normal. Oh, I get it. You don't have to kill them instantly with one hit. You can just don't hit them more than once. Yeah, but I can't, like, if I hit someone and they don't die, that is also a reset. But for example, that I didn't hit that enemy, I missed. It looked like, so I have to land the hit. But then they need to die. I can't hit someone and then run away, for example. Like if I hit someone and they survive, I can't just move on to the next enemy. Alright, so I have Mr. Treehead behind me. But I don't want to go through the underground passage a third time, so let's find the waypoint.
Impossible.
I'm just gonna scroll up a little bit in chat and see if I can find what the like HP range for Treehead was. Someone posted it a while back. Can you search in the chat window? Alright, someone posted. Thank you, Auxius, for posting it again. Also, you can get a magic weapon with plus amp damage curse, hit a goblin next to Andy, so you have Andy cursed. Ooh, I like it. Seems high risk, high reward, but yeah, that would definitely help. And I think I did find a wand with chance to cost amp damage on hit. I sold it, unfortunately, but yeah, that might be a strat we have to use. Alright, so let's do the Tree Fist gamble. Is it called Tree Fist Woodhead or Tree Head Wood Fist? I guess the meaning is pretty much the same. Tree Head, alright. Can we take down a Tree Head minion? Yes, very easily. Or very easily. It's all relative, I guess. Nice! Tree Head down. Officially one shot. Very nice. First try, even.
I can't carry anymore.
I guess the next one is Griswold. And of course, I am only looking or like asking about life numbers right now. But really you need to consider resistances as well. Though that's not very like common yet. But will definitely need to be considered the further we get. I reckon the Necromancer would be good for this challenge. I mean, amplified damage would of course be great, but what do you get outside of that? Oh, is Griswold 412? Okay, never mind then. I misread what someone posted before then. Then we're not gonna bother with Griswold just yet. Let's go and rescue Kane. If you miss, is it a restart? Yes, but only a restart of the current game I'm in, like save and exit and reload. And we have done so like 5 times maybe so far. Maybe more. No, it's definitely more, now that I think about it. Oh, so close to the perfect clockwise pattern.
Tristram, first to fall to Diablo's wrath.
No. Come on, die. No. Alright. I accidentally used Tiger Strike on a skeleton minion. I guess all skeletons have really high poison resistance already. Maybe I should be less concerned with, you know, trying to kill everything. Maybe I should just do what I have to and then move on, and if I need to power up I can do some like targeted grinding on something I know I can beat, instead of accidentally having to reset on random elites all the time. Sold the rare helm? Yeah, of course. Have you considered 18 magic find? Fanaticism enemies in Act 1, alright. That hardly seems fair.
Tristram, the first to fall to Diablo's wrath.
Alright, let's rescue Kane, so even if we mess up now, we at least don't have to back out.
In this forsaken camp.
Thank you, Straylol, for the gifted sub on Twitch. Oh, I was gonna say there seems to be too few enemies in this place. So let's not bother with Griswold then, if he has like 400 life. I mean, okay, check Gris. I mean, I guess it is kind of funny to see just how little damage we are dealing to him. Since we are about to head back to town, we can just do it and then reset. I mean, like a third, not terrible, but not really close either, right?
You'll have...
I guess we can just move on for now. And I guess it is technically possible to kill the Countess with our current setup. But I would like a more reliable kill if we're gonna farm for runes, of course. Though maybe by the time we get down to her, we will have gotten like 1 or 2 more levels. And maybe that's enough to get that consistency. Oh, lucky. Lots of fallen in the tower. Yeah, that's true. So I should be able to make it to her, but like, there is a chance that I don't one-shot her right now. But like with a few more points into... interesting. The Tiger Strike doesn't refresh until you run out and recast it, it seems. Yeah. 112. If we... Alright, that didn't make that big of a difference, actually. And is weak against fire, right? Yes, she is. So we are probably not bringing... We are probably not bringing this weapon into the fight against Andariel. Because of that, since this is like only poison damage, and she is 50% fire poison resistance. Poison resistant, if I recall correctly. And 50% weak to fire. So you could argue that we should have gone for Fists of Fire, but that requires Assassin Qatar or Assassin Claw, which is not a great weapon for like... It is quick, but it's not great for like hitting hitting hard with one hit. That was very difficult to to phrase for me, but you probably got the meaning. Oh, does he not? Oh wow, he didn't die. He didn't die from a fully charged left click. Whoops.
Yes.
A dragon tail is the only way to go. Yes. And that is, I was saying before that I have a small trick up this sleeve, and I guess we can talk about it as I try to get back to the Black Marsh. Oops, I forgot the waypoint again. And that is the thing, like Dragon Tail works very well with Tiger Strike, because Tiger Strike makes your damage boost by a lot, upwards of 1000% in a few levels. And as far as I understand from reading forums, Dragon Tail then amplifies that by 50% for the fire damage plus 50 stat. So you can reach crazy damage numbers. Of course, it's going to be mostly fire, which can be good or bad depending on what you're fighting. Very good against Andariel, of course. But it will require me to grind to level 18. And it also will require a lot of base damage anyway. So if you don't kill an enemy in one hit, you have to quit the game. That's all the rules. Yes. That is correct. And like the progress we're going for is like one major mini-boss, or I mean really act boss at a time. So now we are looking to make sure that we can kill the Countess, so we can make some nice runes, or farm some nice runes, rather. Can't wait for the grind to level 52 in normal to gamble. You know, what has to be done has to be done. But level 52 in normal sounds a bit much, even for a patient goblin like myself. Malice Polearm. Yeah, Malice is alright. It doesn't have that much enhanced damage though, and I think that's my main concern. Oh, that was a mistake. Yeah. I didn't see that it was a minion.
Good day.
Can't wait for the one-shot challenge in hell. I don't think we can. I don't think that is possible. I mean, if I can beat normal this way, I am very happy. But let's take it one step at a time. First we have Andariel, the Maiden of Anguish.
Oh, who would want to remember this place?
So let's not bother with elite goatmen then, since we proved last time that we can't kill them reliably. A bone snap farm incoming. I mean, yeah, as I said, we're gonna have to do what we're gonna have to do. And once we get the cube, we do get some interesting options. Like we can even, you know, like gamble a rare, upgrade it, make a savage polearm, hope for something really strong, etc. Dagger, probably not even has the potential to be that great. Oh, lucky I missed. I didn't see that it was a minion. So I think before I try to clear out any of the small enemies, let's see if I can find someone to charge my strike on, and then just go poke the countess and see if we even get close to one-shotting her. But I would like some weak enemies then. I don't think I can... Maybe I can actually. 42 minimum damage is quite good. Oh, so we have no fallen at all. Oh, never mind. Here we go. 4 of them. Perfect. Thank you for appearing. I'm not hitting. Ah, no! I was so focused on landing the hit.
Yes?
It is only boots that matter for Dragon Tail, right? Yes, kicks are based off of your boot damage. And I think greaves are the highest base damage ones. One shot Uno reverse card, yeah. One shot who? Can you talk about why picking the assassin for this challenge? Yes, there are 2 reasons. The first is that I haven't done an assassin run, like a challenge run with an assassin yet. And people have been asking for it now for a couple of for a few streams and even on video comments. And also I think that Tiger Strike is one of the best ways or the best chances I have of actually one-shotting bosses. Of course, as you have seen already, there is another problem with that I need to one-shot other enemies with a very weak attack, because Tiger Strike itself doesn't like get any damage when you like attack with it, right?
Good day.
So I'm gonna go and charge up my strike on some random enemies, since I'm not confident I can one-shot 3 enemies in the tower level 5. Man, now my charges are gonna run out. Okay, luckily there was one non-elite. Oh, nice. Ooh, Ith runes are really nice too. Or well, not really nice perhaps, but they are nice. First kill. I just checked. Level 10 Fire Fist can one-shot Andy, are you sure?
Greetings.
Only at level 10? Oh, I guess the fire damage per second scales quickly as well.
The order welcomes you.
I mean, this is nice because it has +9 max damage, but of course then you only widen your damage range, right? But I mean, it is damage. What a dumb challenge. Brother, why are you here then? Take a break. So let's try a few more Countess runs. Of course, hoping for Tal runes, but also kind of for like Rail runes, right? Greaves gives the most kick damage, and they only have 10 to 20. Wow, that is not much. So what is the realistic goal for this challenge? Surely hell can't be possible. No, like I said at the start, my gut feeling tells me that it is somewhere. I think you can beat normal Andariel, but I don't think you can beat Hell Bale. So it's somewhere in between that. So like the first goal is just, you know, beat Andariel. The second goal is, the stretch goal is try and beat normal. Depending on how long that takes, we might call it there and then move on to something else. Or we might, you know, push on as far as we go. But I'm not confident that we will make it even that far. Because it's not, you know, since we are doing this like solo self-found, we do not only need to consider like, is it theoretically possible, but we also need to grind for the gear we need in like, in real time, or how to say it. Like, we need to find the optimal gear with this character as well then. I think we're gonna do this again, try and snipe her by charging up outside.
Hello.
Oh, at level 10 it does 100 fire damage per second for 9 seconds. Alright, well then we do have a working solution for Andariel. It would probably require a respec. But you know, we'll have to do what needs to be done. But the problem, I think, with a high-level Fist of Fire is that it seems... Oh, nice. Oh, Ral and Tal. It seems quite risky against anything else, because if you charge up a big fire pool on the ground and enemies walk into it, that could be very bad, right?
Good day.
You can stack the charges though. Oh yeah, you definitely can, but you know, you really want to max one skill, right? Because what did he say? 100 damage per second over 9 seconds on level 10, and now it's like 9 to 15 fire damage. Two-handed assassin run. What's the skill tree? This is the skill tree. No, I guess I do have 1 point in the psychic hammer, because I really want 1 cloak of shadows just to run past enemies eventually. Another chipped topaz. I guess I should grab an armor. I mean, there's not that many great rares, or like, sorry, uniques or whatever we can find right now. But you never know. Finding something like Blood Fists for +5 minimum damage, I believe, on the glove slot would be pretty huge. It seems very ambitious, this challenge. Yeah, it does. For sure. But you know, one of my favorite parts of doing something in a game like this is like trying to figure stuff out. And this is truly something, I have no idea how far you can push it realistically, which makes it very fun to me anyway. But it is definitely not one of those challenges where you just know in advance that with enough grinding you can make it. Similar to my level 1, the video where I started Hell at level 1, I didn't know before I started that if it was even possible, because I had no idea how I would get experience at level 1. So that was also very fun to like figure out. Nephroon. Well, I believe that we only have a chance to kill on the Countess.
Good day.
Since our minimum, our maximum or our minimum damage is lower than her max possible life. That was weirdly phrased, but hopefully the message got across. But so far we have one shot her every time, which is of course quite lucky. Oh, we have a lot of chipped topazes. We should definitely buy a socketed armor. What rune word is the goal? Yeah, I don't know, man. Probably something with big damage. Captain Obvious over here, but maybe something like a insight could be something good to aim for. You're farming for runes, right? Yes, specifically tail runes, I think. And you know, any rune will be nice to have, but mainly tail runes.
Yes?
Ooh, this is gonna make me run slower, but I can't resist the three sockets for maximum magic find. Nadir, Cloak of Shadows charges. I guess I could do that, but I opted to quote-unquote waste a couple of skill points and get Cloak of Shadows myself instead. A true loot goblin sacrifices speed for loot. Yeah, even in a challenge like this. Though I guess I have to change once we start finding something that is actually boosting my damage. Like a Jewel of Envy, I would have to put in a gear slot, right? A helm or armor slot. But right now, like putting a ruby or something else in my body armor doesn't really make a difference for damage, right? Obedience, yeah. I am multi-streaming, so I am responding to messages on both Twitch chat and YouTube. And I try to read out the comment before I reply to it, so it's not disjointed. If I didn't do that, I apologize.
Hello.
So I mean, one thing that one problem with using this armor is that there is a movement speed penalty, and also one good thing about this would be more movement speed, because now for every Countess run I basically had to go to early game area and charge up my Tiger Strike, because I'm not confident that I will one hit enemies with Tiger Strike here, right? Right. On that kill she didn't die from the first hit, but then from the poison damage, so it was probably kind of close. "800 people watching, can't read every message." Wow, is it that many? But yes, you'll have to forgive me for not replying to every message. I do appreciate every chat message, but it's especially since I have to concentrate, I just can't read them all. But wow, that's crazy. Very cool that so many are tuning in. I was thinking before, just as I said that man, maybe, I mean, this is great. boosting my damage to 780 for my main attack, absolutely awesome. But I didn't really consider how long will I be able to one-shot even weak enemies with Tiger Strike, right? Since this doesn't get any, like when I attack with Tiger Strike, it doesn't get any damage boost. Well, we are going with it for now, but maybe that's gonna be a problem. Just checking in to see if we can find a 3-socket broad axe, if it exists. Three-socket axe, yes, but it was the wrong one. I'm only interested in broad axes for the 10 minimum damage. Which, I mean, it's not a lot better than this, that has 9 minimum damage. I guess, now thinking about it. Maybe one minimum damage isn't really what matters anymore. The axe is also faster, but does that really matter right now, attacking fast? I think you make it to Andy, but I can't see any way of hitting 1024 HP. I am... How do you say? I am determined to at least beat Andariel, and if we can't beat I promise you this, we will do this challenge at least until we beat normal Andariel. If that requires me to grind to level 30 in Act 1 of normal, so be it, but we're definitely gonna defeat Andariel. One way or another. No fallen, or I guess they are devilkins in this place. Someone told me on one of my crafting only streams that you can't find gem shrines in the cold plains. Is that really true? I always thought that you could find any of the shrines, I mean even in Bloodmoor, and I want to recall that we found a gem shrine even in the Bloodmoor on that challenge, but I don't really exactly remember. Oh no, did you see what happened? My charges ran out just as I hit the Countess. Tough luck. I found them in the cold plains. In the Bloodmoor you can't, you can. Alright.
Yes?
I always heard to farm shrines in the Stony Field. Technically you can find them, but only if the re-rolling of the intended ones fail. Ah, alright. I know what you're talking about, Testy Testman. That was also how you used to be able to find scepters with like Smite and Holy Shield on them in the old Diablo 2, right? Why no armor or gloves? Good question. It is basically only because I haven't really found anything worth putting on yet. The only thing I'm concerned about right now is damage. Enough damage to kill stuff. And I don't really think there can be anything that's gonna help me that much with that right now. Okay, bad situation. Alright, we got out. Ooh, chipped ruby. I do want that ruby, even though I am chased by fanaticism monsters. Okay, we got out. Not dying in general helps, I hear. Yeah, that is true. It's not like I'm tanking the Countess very well, so maybe it's advisable to get some life gloves or fire resist gloves or something. But like the stats are so low, like we have a couple of rares, I mean, this is fine. No, it's not very good. Like 1 to each stat, some attack rating. Of course, I do need to hit enemies to be able to kill them. That is true. Oh, lucky. Okay, so I can apparently really one-shot those quite easily. So maybe I never had to go to... Maybe I never needed to go back to the Bloodmoor. Alright. Now we got lots of small enemies anyway. Tall and F, that is stealth. No, it was tall and L. I didn't even read properly. Alright, she died. Maybe I wanna kill some more enemies here, because I don't really... Since I'm running past everything, just killing the Countess, I'm not really getting much experience, right? And every level is making a big difference to Tiger Strike. So maybe I shouldn't rush so much, since, I mean, runes are great, no doubt about it. But are they really the most important? I don't think so. No, sorry. Are they the only thing I need? No, I don't think so. I also think I need levels. I thought I heard a gem drop. Alright, I did. Let's see if I can... Yeah, I can. Alright, so it looks like I was kind of over-preparing by going to the Cold Plains to charge up my strike. Can do it quite easily. Thank you, Speakeasy TTV, for the Prime sub on Twitch. I appreciate it. What finishing move are you thinking? Yeah, for right now, I think that the normal attack is good, because the boots I can find now have such low base damage. Or like kick damage, sorry. I guess that is base damage for kicks, is kick damage. But eventually I want to get Dragon Tail, because of how it interacts with Tiger Strike. Though the problem with that is, of course, that it's basically going all in on finisher damage. But I will need to be able to kill enemies with Tiger Strike as well. Because, like, I need to kill the enemy I charge up on as well. And I mean, I am down to start, like, speed running past as many enemies as I can. And then kill only the bosses. But then if we're gonna do that, we need some reliable place to farm otherwise, and that's not gonna be that easy with this character, I believe. You might hear me start questioning my character choice live, but we will give it our best before we do any changes. 2 Tal runes. I mean, for the first few acts anyway, having a triple Tal weapon as a charger gonna be super good. I take it that seal type attacks, despite clicking only once, are considered numerous hits. I haven't really thought out the rules for every skill and every character. My gut says yes, that is 5 attacks. But it is also 1 attack. I mean, then it's the same for, like, Dragon Talon gets more kicks the more you level it up. And I think that sounds like 2 attacks in my ears. But you know. This is doomed to fail, early Nightmare. Well, I would love to get to Nightmare, so... If we get to Nightmare, I don't consider this doomed. I will consider it a big success. Alright, here we go. Actually, we might not even end up using this. 10 to 18, 9 to 15. Because we might want to... I mean, if this is our Tiger Strike Charger for now, We might want to gamble some big heavy weapon and hope for a rare instead for our finisher. Because you can have like one weapon swap as a to charge your attacks and then swap over to something more physical based for the attack, right? For releasing the finisher move. I believe in you. Thank you, Cody. It seems like there's a lot of doubters in chat, so I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the vote of confidence. Movement speed boots. Did I see some movement speed boots and not pick them up? Just gamble a rare belt. Attacker takes damage. Does that count as a hit? It does in my eyes, but I mean, the rules for this challenge are of course completely arbitrary. So I mean, you do the rules you want. I mean, attacker takes damage of 1 to 3 damage isn't gonna matter in the long run. It's not gonna make a difference against Andariel unless you know, super abuse it. But I would not allow myself to use attacker takes damage gear for this one. I am in Europe, so it is currently 2:30 in the afternoon, Central Europe time. Nice weather out. A beautiful day to lurk in the tower cellar, level 4. Kill some stuff for levels. Oh, right. You are completely right. I talked about that just a couple of... just like the last run, that I should kill more enemies. My bad. I should definitely do that, because I want to get to level 17 as soon as possible. And I think we are aiming for level 18 before we take on Andariel. Can we one-shot those with a right-click? Oh, barely. Barely. Can I one-shot... Is there another enemy I can charge up on, so I can at least finish off that pack? Alright, here we go, Devilkin. Alright, chance to hit. Might start becoming a problem as well soon-ish. She's not gonna die, is she? No. Alright. Well, at least we killed the Countess before that.
Greetings.
So we could make a Malice rune word. If L F. We couldn't use it obviously, but we could use it, make it a couple of levels in this one. Though I'm not sure how good that is gonna be on a broad axe. We could make steel in this, but that's not very good, doesn't have much damage. Well, let's keep going for at least one more Tal rune, and then we can decide what to do next. Make Malice now. Well, I can't use it for another 4 levels anyway. But what is it about Malice that you think is so great? Not that sounded very dismissive. It was not at all my intention. I'm genuinely curious. I mean, Malice is a great rune word, but is it a good one-shot rune word? Open wounds, 100% open wounds, great. But on low levels, open wounds isn't that much damage, right? Yes, if LF, it's very hard to say for me, is the runes for Malice, that is correct. It's 33% damage plus 9 maximum damage. I mean, that is good. It is probably actually 33% enhanced damage alone is probably better than we can expect to get at this point in the game, actually. Alright, you're probably right, because then the open wounds is on top of that. And the 9 max damage on top. Yeah. Open wounds is poison damage. Yeah, open wounds is great, but is it open wounds on a level 15 character gonna be any decent amount of damage? Though, of course, any open wound damage is gonna be better than no open wound damage, I guess. And it's not like I have a great weapon to compare it to, or like that takes its spot currently. And actually, maybe some minus enemy defense is exactly what we need, because I'm starting to miss a lot. I'd be aiming for a 3-tal bow until Andariel. Yes, a 3-tal weapon is the goal right now, though not a 3-tal bow, because you can't charge up Tiger Strike with ranged weapons, and I think I need my tal weapon to eventually be able to charge up Tiger Strike as well. That could be a intermediate solution to the problem that my Tiger Strike, like when I hit with Tiger Strike, will also need to one-shot. Level 15 for both of those, yeah. Alright, no bow for Tiger Strike. Oops, oh, no problem. It is... This run has a lot of unusual situations and a lot of theory crafting already, so... What's a one-shot challenge? Only every attack I hit needs to kill its enemy, otherwise it's a reset of the game. Yes, Andariel will have poison resistance though. Yes, exactly, Nervous Guy, which is why a triple tal weapon is not gonna be enough. We're gonna need one triple tal weapon. I believe that what we need is one triple tal weapon to charge up Tiger Strike while still killing the guy we charge up on. But then we will also need a high physical damage weapon to actually like release the charges onto Andariel. And that needs to be something else. Maybe a Malice, maybe a sick rare. Right, I have cornered myself, but maybe that was a Jewel of Envy. Oh, that was bad. He's not gonna die easy. Ah. I got stressed because I was cornered in like a dead end. How do you define hit? One singular attack. I define it as when I attack an enemy and land and deal damage to them in some way. Oh, minus 15 requirements. Could be useful down the line if we find a very heavy weapon. Go for stealth as well. Yeah. I mean, I mentioned that just before, that maybe run speed is gonna be important so that I can go to a low level area, charge up my Tiger Strike, and then go back to where I was. But, you know, the big downside of stealth is that it doesn't have 27 extra chance of getting magic items. Wow. Alright. Oh, it was stone skin. Alright. Which is, of course, physical resistance. Are you only gonna attempt with the assassin? I'm sticking with the assassin for now, since I not only want to do this challenge because the challenge itself, but also because I want to do an assassin run for the channel. But if we realize that Tiger Strike is just too unreliable because of needing to charge up, I will of course try something else. Well, it depends on how far we go, because what I want to do, this is sort of a, is it called like a mouche bouche, like a palate cleanser before I continue with more hardcore adventures. Because what I want to do next is to continue the 1 HP hardcore challenge that I started, like I streamed it 2 streams like half a year ago, maybe longer, and it's been on my mind ever since. So I really want to get back to that, but I wanted like a short break from hardcore first after doing the crafting only in hardcore. Still use Necro. Amplified damage is undeniably gonna be good, but like on the opposite spectrum, the Necromancer doesn't really have any skills that boosts enhanced damage, like boosts the base damage very much, right? So while he gains a lot in removing enemy physical resistance, he doesn't really gain much to boost his attacks, right? Oh, was that a crit? I think so. Oh, third Tal Rune, very nice. Oops, doubled attack, the same Goatman there, but luckily I think the second hit miss. Still only level 11. I guess I have really been doing a poor job of actually killing other enemies than the Countess. Can I one-shot a ghost with the Tiger Strike? Barely. Oh, that was a minion. That's not gonna die. Nope. How are we going to kill any boss? With hopefully with Tiger Strike and a big dumb damage, high damage weapon. No comment. With hope. With hope and patience, and you know, trying, like running my head into the wall over and over. So we could definitely go for one more Tal Rune. Well, if we're gonna go somewhere else, we need experience. Where am I gonna go if not to the tower? Yes, kicks does scale off of boots. That is correct. Which is a problem, because boots don't deal very much damage. Like base damage. But that is still probably the route we're going, eventually. Not sure what we'll do for like Andariel yet. Man, does he not die? Oh, barely. Cleglov's shield. Imagine if we find a bunch of Cleglov's pieces, because that has Deadly Strike, right? Or is it Crushing Blow? Or is it both? I forget, but that could be cool. Of course, that is only a chance of doubling your damage, so it's not very reliable. get 2 click gloves will be good, but it's Deadly Strike. Yeah, and Crushing Blow. Yeah, I mean, the problem with both Crushing Blow and Deadly Strike, or the problem with Deadly Strike, is that it's only a chance to deal double damage. Of course, I mean, if we need to kill Andariel 5 times or 10 times before we one-shot her, that's completely fine. The problem with Crushing Blow is that it's great against high HP monsters, but it's only a chance to activate, and it's not like... Well, it is very good, because it's like 1/8 on a full HP boss for a melee attack, right? I forget the exact number, but I think it's 1/8. However you're supposed to pronounce that. Wow, that was a low roll hit. She's not gonna die, no. Alright. I think that was the first time we didn't one-shot the Countess, maybe the second time.
Good day.
Of course, the shield on its own is very bad. Offensively, that is. Well, 35% Crushing Blow for the full set, and then 50% Deadly Strike on weapon. I mean, it is a pipe dream to begin with to find the full set, and honestly, it doesn't seem amazing.
Good day.
But if we find more pieces, I mean, we can at least try, maybe theory craft a little bit. Ooh, nice belt. More potion slots. Hey Zarfen, what an amazing way to make this game another level of interesting and getting back into the math behind it here. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like so. I like it. That is very fun for me as well. Like going deep on some silly challenge like this and really trying to overcome some arbitrary obstacle can be a lot of fun. So I'm glad you think so as well. Auras would be fire though, right? You mean like... oh, right, I get what you're saying. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to use a aura that deals passive damage around you, because that feels against the spirit of the challenge, in my opinion. Unless you can one-shot enemies with the aura, of course. Trying to catch up a little bit on chat, but it's moving quite quickly. Open wounds would be useful. Yeah, maybe. Going down the rabbit hole, exactly. Yeah. I mean, this game is quite old, as several of you have pointed out. So, I mean, we need to find ways to make it stay interesting, right? Though, to be fair, it's not like I'm basically only doing my challenge runs now. But I am a loot goblin, of course. So I'd really like just farming items in Diablo 2. Like late game item farming as well. Even though it doesn't have much of a purpose, right? Especially in single player. But it's very relaxing to just grind for loot over and over. Rel, if, nice. Gonna try to finish off the other ones as well. Though it is a bit worrying that I have basically used all of my big health potions. And it would be nice to have a few big ones for the end of the act, because the small ones heal so little per use, right? Three rel weapon might be good for Andy. She is weak to fire damage, that is true. But I am 95% certain that Tiger Strike only boosts your physical damage. So to make the best use out of Tiger Strike, I think we need to find a big dumb damage dealer. Yes, exactly. The main problem here is he must charge up with low damage and even then has to insta-kill. Yeah, so I think that is probably gonna be the trickiest part, because if I could always use a charged up strike, like if we had 2 mosaics, for example, it would be a lot easier. Duh, Captain Obvious, but... So I think that's what we need the triple tal weapon for. Then we need a big physical damage, like as big base damage with as much enhanced damage on it as possible as a finisher. And then we can try that until that stops working, and then we'll have to figure something else out. Actually, thinking about it, another thing that would have been great with the Paladin, not only that he can get to charge plus Might Aura for a big damage boost, but even at like level 6, I believe, he would get Sacrifice, and Sacrifice adds a lot of damage for just one single skill point. Could have been able to carry you for quite a while, I think. Wow, I guess I should stop attacking Stone Skin enemies altogether. Yeah, so I would deal 2... Yeah, exactly. So that's the reason why I don't want to use the Tal weapon against Andariel, because she's poison resistant, right? So if I play it out in my mind, a perfect fight, I would kill 3 Dark Ones, they are called, right? The Fallen in the Catacombs level 4, with Tiger Strike from a Tal weapon. Then I would swap to like a big dumb hammer type weapon or something big for the finishing move. Oh no, wrong. I was trying to attack the Devilkin with the Tiger Strike. Alright, my bad. Can't relax.
Good day.
Can't let the guard down. Diablo math on Tal runes gives 3 gives strangely enough 226 and not 225 with Tal X3. Yeah, why is that? That is so strange. Like, Tal rune has 75 poison damage over 5 seconds, but if you put 3 Tal runes in one weapon, it goes to a total of 226. So is it like a hidden 75.3 or something going on? It is very strange. I'm sure there's a like programmer or mathematical behind the scenes explanation, but it is still quite funny. Like, yeah, as you said, Diablo math. Oh wow, first charm. We have been quite unlucky with charms, I would say. Let's hope for some damage. To dexterity, well, it's better than nothing, I guess. I mean, we did manage without charms, but charms would have been such a good... elemental damage charms specifically would have been such a good power boost early on. Ooh, another charm. You know what they say? When it rains, it pours. 25 stamina. Alright, fine game. I will not get overzealous again or overconfident. And I really think, I mean, this is such a good crowd control skill, so I do think it's worth 2 less points in Tiger Strike. Maybe we need those points in Tiger Strike, but I do think it's a worthwhile investment. Zarfen, can you say this 5 times fast, please? One smart fellow, he felt smart. No. Could you make a mod that you would clearly let you see that enemies will die upon one hit and which will survive? Well, no, I can't, because I don't know how to mod this game at all. I have no idea how you would do that. But for example, say that I wanted to go with some big AoE damage attack. It would definitely be hard to keep track of. A beautiful Cloak of Shadows. Completely stupefying every enemy. I kind of want to grind for level 15, but it's already so slow to grind here in the tower with how I'm playing it, skipping a lot of packs, etc. Any leftover elites? Oh, here we go. Very nice. Lets off the pressure on me for sure.
Yes?
Oh wait, just found a 9% ED duel. By the way, use combat shrine for Andoriel. Yeah, combat shrines could definitely be a big difference maker as well. So I guess you'll have to... That's something I would have to do. What level are we? 12? Yes. Unfortunately, we're only level 12. Zarfen, I sent you a light radius challenge idea by email. Could you look it up off stream and answer? I can give you an answer right now. I will not do a light radius only challenge. That doesn't seem that interesting to me personally. Sorry to disappoint you. I know that Luther did a light radius only challenge a while ago, and he was in my chat a couple of weeks ago, and some people were talking about it, and I told my chat at the time that I would look at Luther's video and then decide if it's something I want to do. And my conclusion is that I'm not gonna do a light radius only challenge. I wonder if I should be able to take a ghost down with Tiger Strike, right? Yep. Man, I'm so slow and cold damaged. Oh, actually, was that enemy damaged already? Yeah, it looked like it. Whoops. Must have accidentally attacked them. Ghost didn't die, mate. Alright. I can't... No fooling ya when live. So I guess I can't charge up on monsters. Sorry. Ghosts, not monsters in general. I thought sometimes I say something and then my subconscious knows that I said something strange. So then I have to like pause my brain and like play back what I just said to identify what it was. And of course I can charge up on monsters, but not on ghosts. Let's see if we can snipe the... I'm very glad that I picked up... very glad that I picked up Cloak of Shadows. What's the odds of an item being ethereal? I forget if it is 5% or 10%. It is very rare though, and of course not all items can be ethereal, like bows can't be ethereal. I wish, sorry, I read a comment. I wish this challenge was in 5 hours. Could make sleeping a lot easier. You can save the VOD for later. I will not be offended. Oh man, it was an elite. I didn't see it was an elite blood clan. I will not take offense to that you think this stream is sleep-worthy too. Okay, I've been playing really poorly the last few runs. We haven't made it to Andariel in like, or sorry, to the Countess in like 3-4 attempts now. I'm gonna take sip some water and sharpen up. Okay, here we go. No more mistakes. Well, thinking about it, promising no more mistakes is a promise I will not be able to keep. Drink some focus juice. Yeah, unfortunately my Pepsi Max is all out. Gamble circlets or shop for a stave with enchant charges. I'm fairly sure enchant charges are not available yet. I think you can't get that until level or Act 3. And I don't think you can gamble circlets until level 20, maybe. And even then, it's gonna take a long time to see it in the shop window. I usually try to gamble for circlets at level like 22 to 24, because that's when you get to start seeing them fairly regularly. But I don't think it's either level like 18 or 20. Before that, you can't even see them in the gambling window. I wish it was healthy to drink Pepsi. Well, you can drink Pepsi Max and pretend that it's healthy just because it has 0 calories, right? That's what I do. Have you done a magic gear only run? No. I'm sure I'll get around to it eventually. The closest thing I've done is vendor items only. That was a lot of magic items, but of course I did gamble on that run. So there were a few rares as well. Oh, right, I thought I was not gonna one-shot it because it was a minion, but of course Devilkin are very weak. Ooh, Jewel of Envy. I can feel it. No. Alright, she died. Lucky. I attacked her with Tiger Strike. Alright, finally we killed the Countess again. Alright, so now we have 4 Tail Runes, which is hopefully all we will ever need. Still only level 12 though.
I need mine.
Running around with 14 HP to save on 1 health potion. I recommend players 8 Inner Cloister for experience.
Good day.
Do you really think I can handle... Do you really think I can one-shot Inner Cloister enemies? Seems a little bit ambitious to me. I prefer RC Cherry Cola. Well, that was a long time ago I tried RC Cola. It used to be like the very cheap budget option of Coca-Cola in Sweden when I was young, anyway. I mean, it will be an experience for sure. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I know speedrunners go leveling in the jail waypoint. Not sure if you can it will work for a one-shot challenge. I haven't watched a speedrun in a little while, but I think if you get a good map, you have a spawn, like an elite enemy spawning very close to the waypoint, like basically all the time. Not sure what I am even looking for right now. Let's gamble one of those just to see what the base damage is. Alright, not very high. Big damage range, not good. I'm not even sure what I'm looking for, just hoping to have an epiphany, I think. Level 12. Keys on an assassin, lol. Wow, that's true. I always forget that the assassin doesn't need keys to open locked chests, and it's a very cool feature, but it's for some reason so hard for me to remember. Even now when I read your message, my gut reaction was like, what? Oh, right. Any way to get polearm in Act 1? I don't think so. Three-socket blade talons. I don't think Qatar weapons is gonna be that great. They are quick, but not very high base damage, right? Alright, we can go to the inner cloister and give it a try. Probably not players 8, to temper your expectations a little bit, but we can try. Because what I think we need next is damage. Because we have Tal runes for a Tal weapon. And we have the runes for Malice, so we can at least try that out, see if it's any good. Oh right, the new pattern rune word for Qatars. Okay, to be completely honest with you, I didn't consider that, because I've never made that rune word. That is kind of interesting though. What are the runes again? It's like Ort, Ort, Thal, something. Tal, Ort, Thal, alright. How much base damage does it give, like ED? Because the elemental flat damage is... The elemental flat damage is probably not gonna make that big of a difference. As I say that, of course, my plan is to use Tal, which is like a rune word without any rune word bonuses. How is getting a Thal rune in Act 1? I guess grind for 9 Rel runes or something. Yeah, that's gonna be an issue for sure. And now I'm not gonna attack anything else, just so I don't accidentally have to reset before I find the waypoint.
Such corruption in this place.
Oh, I need 12 Tal runes since I need 1 Ort as well. Alright. And what to do with the 9 runes? Yeah, that is true. You need a cube. Okay, good point, good point. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Like, you yeah, I need runes, but what about the cube that is completely impossible to get? Good point, good point. What about mosaic? Yeah. That could be a YouTube video on its own. Farming the countess in normal until I make mosaic. Full disclosure, that was a joke. Don't ask me for it. I missed, right? Yeah. Let's move. Man, it's such a pain being slowed. Let's go look for the boss packs in the outer cloister first instead. I was promised 2 boss packs. I hope they are here. Oh, I'm in the outer cloister. You said inner cloister. Okay, my bad, my bad. Well, then I have a lot of running to do. Let's charge up, because there was a elite quill rat in here. Come on, die! Alright. So I guess we are running into tougher enemies. Like higher life enemies. What? Unique? Okay, hello. Very nice defensive early game shield. I will identify it as soon as I can do so without fearing for my life. So maybe next stream if we're lucky. I'm just gonna finish up some random enemies. Can I one-shot these? Okay, I can. Good. Can I one-shot that? Oh, barely. Barely. Kind of cool to find on a run like this. I guess it does have very decent defensive stats, and once we go triple tal, we don't really need that weapon switch to deal any damage, right? Now that we can kill stuff, we can move on to P8. Yeah, we technically could. Did you make the malice? No, because I'm still only level 12. Yeah, this could actually be pretty good if I start using 2 weapon switches, like so I use this with a tal one-handed weapon. Though I'm not sure if there are any one-handed 3-socketed weapons that you can use in like you can buy in Act 1 actually. Alright, anyway, if we manage to find something like that, and then we can have this on switch for like extra defense when we charge up, and then swap to a big malice 2-hander on switch. Seems like a plan. Let's try for that. How am I gonna charge? Okay, here we go. One problem with Cloak of Shadows is that you can't cast it again before it runs out. I guess that would make it way overpowered. If you could just constantly lock everyone down with that. I guess a lot of skills work like that, right? Dim vision, for example, blinds enemies, and you can just spam it 24/7 if you want to. Alright. Oof. I'm glad I missed that attack because I did not intend to strike that enemy. Desperately trying to find a weak enemy that I can charge up on. Okay, here we go. And I mean, even these, they don't die from the impact, they die from poison damage, and sometimes after like almost 2 seconds. So it's not... I'm not like overkilling with my tiger strikes right now, which is a bit worrying. Where do I see where the challenge is? In the up in the corner. I guess I could have made it clearer, and I guess I could have changed the stream name actually, thinking about it. I think I did on Twitch, but I could have changed it on YouTube once I decided what this challenge would be. But I actually didn't fully decide on what I would do today until like half an hour before stream started, because I was considering like this and another challenge. But I guess the stream on YouTube is still called like starting a new challenge or something very nondescript. Ooh, oh, it was enough. Barely though. Alright. I keep using Cloak of Shadows half on accident, half of the time. And it keeps draining my mana. Haven't put on... Oh, I have a unused skill point. That's of course suboptimal. It should help with taking down elites. Oh, close, close, close. No! Ah, crap. I didn't mean to hit that guy. I meant to hit normal Def Clan. So maybe I should, instead of trying to fight my way through, maybe I should try to run for the inner cloister and do some targeted farming, like more predictable targeted farming instead of, you know, having to reset whenever things go poorly. And then I guess I can run with a nice little shield out. So that is a nice looking shaman over there. Okay, now we're just gonna run for it. There's so many juicy elites though, I can't just run. Well, if that archer doesn't die... Okay, instantly punished. Let's stop being so indecisive and just do what I said.
Such corruption in this place.
And just not attack anything until we are a bit further into the place, at least until the jail waypoint. Not sure what I'm gonna put my stats in, so let's hold them for now. Part of me thinks that I should be going all in on strength for the slight damage modifier, and part of me thinks that I need more vitality, and part of me thinks I should hold it because I don't know what I want to use yet. I might need even more dexterity. So I guess I don't really... I'm not really gonna need dexterity, right? Because I'm not gonna use a fast like weapon or a bow or anything. Good luck on jail setup. I think we're going for the inner cloister, because I'm not really sure how to... Unless a good like circumstance or like a good map stares me right in the face, I don't think I'm gonna be able to recognize what a correct setup looks like, you know? Okay, I'm putting those points into vitality for more stamina. Catars need dexterity if you ever plan on using one. I don't think I will be using one. Oh, here we go. The Fallen. But I need to charge up first. And I don't think I can charge up on archers. Their poison resistance proved to be insurmountable to me. I need a normal dark one. Okay, here we go. Well, I did attack the same enemy twice, but I only hit him once, so I will give myself the benefit of the doubt, or how to say. I will rule in favor of forgiveness, since I didn't hit. Another charm.
I need mana.
There's... Oh, he died. Man, I'm barely killing the dark ones, like the fallen type enemies in one hit anymore. Yeah, it's like the very last part of the poison damage duration that gets them. Not a good sign at all. Charge strike does not improve poison damage. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Which is why I kind of need two weapons. Oh man, that's not dying from one hit like that at all, not even close. Which is why I kind of need two weapons, right? Because I need one weapon that deals good damage with Tiger Strike, and probably a high damaging poison weapon for the time being. But then when I release Tiger Strike, I need something that deals a lot of physical damage. Farm some normal emeralds. I think that if I need more poison damage, I should rather farm levels until I hit level 17 for the Tal runes. And you know, I've been going all in on damage and it's starting to show. With how poorly I am able to sustain damage. And also I can barely hit anything, which I guess Malice will help with a fair bit. Farm Andariel for emeralds, easy. That would be the ultimate flex, right? Farming Andariel in a one-shot challenge. Though I mean, if you can one-shot her once, you can probably one-shot her as many times as you'd like, unless of course you are needing to hit a very high, like the very top of your damage range in order to one-shot her. Which, actually thinking about it, is probably not unreasonable given how much damage you need to deal to her. So now I'm just looking to run through and find the outer cloister and see if we can indeed farm the elites there for quick and reliable experience. Though I guess you can get Yeti monsters, which I probably cannot one-shot under any circumstance. But I mean, the waypoint is so close, so it should be nice. I was looking if there... maybe there's never any monsters out here. I was thinking that, oh, there is. But I probably can't charge up on those. Because I wanted to go into the chapel with some charges of Tiger Strike already.
The Order welcomes you.
How do you one-shot Andariel? Oh, we'll have to see. I'm not sure yet. But I am hopeful. Oh, this is exactly what we wanted at the start, right? Some extra poison damage. Not really that great now, but it is, you know, it is what it's something. Nice. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is objectively an upgrade. And I mean, especially for Tiger Strike. Yeah, for Tiger Strike, it's not bad. I was thinking about... Oh, right. Someone said, you're literally at the waypoint, might as well try. Glad I did, because apparently I can. I was running into some archers before, and I just couldn't damage them at all. But apparently I can kill mages. Maybe it was the new charm that made the difference. Wow. Alright. Maybe it was an unlucky hit, or maybe just ghosts are very poison resistant. Every bit helps. Yeah, it really does. And of course, charms are completely free damage, right? Since they don't take up an inventory slot. Sorry, they don't take up a gear slot. They only take up an inventory slot. Extra strong. No chance that I can one-shot an extra strong ghost, unfortunately. So I'm not even gonna try. I'm instead gonna go for the Bone Wizard over here. He's called Bane Ash, I believe. Yep. Bone Ash. Okay, never mind. Die. No, I couldn't kill him either. Alright. Yeah, kill the minions first for guaranteed experience. Okay, good call. I was too, like... zoned in on the minion or the main boss, which I obviously couldn't kill. Okay, good call. I will do that. And when I say do that, I mean target the minions first. Would imbuing something help? Interesting, I haven't even considered that. I think that... I mean, getting something good from an imbue is gonna be super rare. But of course it's worth trying. But then it's probably better to wait for a really good base. Like a mall or something. Because like imbuing a... trident or whatever is probably not gonna make that big of a difference. Wow, that feels a little bit unlucky that I didn't even manage to kill a wraith. Or a circlet. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm mostly concerned with high base damage though. But of course a circlet can add elemental damage. I think it can add maximum damage a good amount. Chip ruby. Ooh. Can I one-shot those? Alright, I can. Good. So then I can charge up on the Tainted. That's good. That helps a fair bit. Oh, this is an elite. Nice. Another ghost. Let's see if we were unlucky the first time. Alright, or maybe we got lucky this time, but we did manage to take down a ghost. Alright. And Impact killed another one. Very nice. Though I am running out of enemies to charge on, I believe. Alright, here we have an infinite supply of charge up targets. So 130 to 200. There is a lot of damage, but of course not even, like, we need 5 times that damage against Andariel. And now a lot of it is poison damage, which we can't really use against Andariel at all. So we still have quite a ways to go, I would say.
Hello.
Let's bring a couple of antidotes, probably a... Oh, we do have a couple of mana potions. Best bet is 512 fire damage and a bit of luck. I think you're overestimating how difficult it will be, but I mean, if that is what we have to work with, we'll give it an honest try. I can't kill the main guy of an elite ghost pack. I don't think there's any chance.
Greetings.
Chat, remind him to sell the poison charm once he gets the 3 Talrune weapon. Does that break the Talrune weapon? Is it not a favorable stacking going on? The poison mechanics are so weird. I have no idea what works in what way with poison damage. Sometimes it stacks in a good way, sometimes it stacks unfavorably, sometimes it doesn't stack at all, or maybe that's not true, but... Oh, where are all the enemies? Or is... Did I not say quit the game? I'm pretty sure I quit the game, otherwise there would be an elite over here. Let's try to kill Bone Ash one more time. Alright, that time we one-shot him, even without the poison. Sometimes the elite pack spawns east or west. Or south or west. Could you phrase that in another way? I'm not sure I understand. Or do you mean like outside here? I'm sorry, outside of the cathedral. Ah, right. Okay. then let's go look over here. I didn't know that elite packs could spawn out here. But I mean, it makes sense. If enemies can spawn there at all, it makes sense that elites can spawn there. But seems like we didn't get any this time. Oh, I need to drink some weapons. 3x ith weapon charge kills the Wraith 100%. The problem I have with triple ith weapon is that it only boosts your max damage. That means, of course, it boosts your average damage. But you can still low roll and not kill them. Of course, maybe that's just what this run is. You have to like gamble a little bit and farm without having guaranteed kills. Maybe that's what we'll have to end up doing. Big gulp of water. Oh, hold on a second. All right. Shop for amp damage wand. You can amplify damage doesn't spawn as charges, unfortunately. $50,000 gold. We could do some gambling, but Decrepify does. Interesting. Are you sure about that, Rama? Does Decrepify really spawn as charges on a weapon? I know low resist can do it and life tap, but I didn't think either not amplify damage or Decrepify could do it. But if that is true, I will definitely have to look into that later. Of course, I can't do it now in Act 1. You can get it on gloves, not charges. Maybe you're talking about chance to cast on attack or striking. Man, greedy to go for Bonesh first. Oh, chance to cast on gloves. Alright, that's interesting. From my experience, a level 1 amplified damage lasts such a short time that it would require a lot of tight play to be able to kill a Fallen next to Andariel with a chance to cast amplified damage on hit or strike. But maybe, I mean, if we have to do it that way, we have to do it. But it's like 5% chance, and then it is a very small radius and a very short amount of time. But of course, it is also double damage, so it's definitely worth going for if we hit a wall otherwise. Oh, he did die. Right, gonna focus a little bit so I make sure to use the right attack on the right minion, like right click on small mobs and left click on the elite pack. I laughed because as I said that I left click attacked on a dark one. Yeah, hand-eye coordination, and like you need to be very precise, which is, I guess, what you get from having good hand-eye coordination. Now that I think about what you said. Oh, did the Tainted not die? Oh, he must have died because he's no longer here. Okay, good. Come on! Wow, the world's slowest attack. Okay, we got it off. Oh, Spell still does have the Corpify charges. Ooh, yeah, that's true. We could get some really clutch uniques for this one, that's true. New Assassin build meta. That's proper Assassin gameplay. Yeah, Falcon, exactly. That's kind of something fun with doing the one-shot challenge on this, right? Because it makes, so far it has made me really play like an Assassin, like cast Cloak of Shadows and then like run in to take out one target and then run away. Spirasin, I guess that's what we are. Just dropping by from YouTube to say that I love your VODs. Nothing like 30 minutes of listening to you talk about drops from 1000 boss runs. I'm glad you like the videos. I am so happy that there is an audience for very grindy and nerdy Diablo 2 gameplay. Thanks for stopping by. 5% chance to cast amp on striking. Yeah, it is a very low chance, and as I said, it is a very small radius, so if we're gonna put that on Andariel, the Fallen or Dark One needs to be right underneath Andariel, which is of course gonna be dangerous to set up. And then I need to be quick to have like a fully charged strike as well, so I can attack Andariel right away. And I'm not dismissing the theory crafting, by the way. This is exactly the kind of thing that I think is fun with this challenge. You know, thinking about very convoluted stuff like that. Super fun. I mean, if anything, I full-heartedly encourage it. Level 13. And I would like to get to level 17 or preferably level 18, but this is gonna be such a slow grind. Because I don't think I can really up the player setting either, right? If an enemy is resurrected, does it deserve a second strike? Yeah, my rationale for allowing that to happen is that I one-shot the enemy twice, right? Since they are resurrected at full health. Zarfen, I love, but what even is this challenge? Fair question. We'll see if it's... In my opinion, it's still... The jury is still out if this is an amazing challenge or the dumbest challenge ever. Protect the president. Play with only minions, no active skills. Only passive buffs for auras. Yeah, I've been thinking about that because for some reason on my last video where I did sorry, I need to reset my mouth. Because when I did the dexterity only Amazon, for some reason a lot of comments were requesting a summoner, like a necromancer summoner, and I would love to do that because I really like the necro summoner. I think it's super fun to play, but it is not much of a challenge to play a summoner, right? It is regarded one of the safest and easiest characters to solo the game. But I thought about that. What if I do it with only summons, like really only summons? Maybe it wouldn't still be that hard, but I think it could be interesting. And, you know, as you said, try to focus on buffing them, trying to farm some aura item, trying to, I don't know, maybe since skeletons are kind of flimsy in like Act 4 of normal, maybe I have to build into a tank so I can tank for them or something. So I am interested in doing a summoner. Oh, it was a minion. Ah, too bad. I'm interested in doing a summon run, but I'm not sure how to make it into a interesting like sort of challenge run. And I'm not saying that everything you do has to be a challenge run, but it feels like that for me anyway, with the challenge and everything. You can do gearless summoner, yeah, that's also one option. I know we talked about this before, Nuclear Rabbit, but because I started doing gearless playthroughs with a bunch of characters, and I intended to do it with every class. But in the end, I didn't find it very interesting, because in the end, what it came down to is that gear is such a big part of Diablo 2, both what is interesting and what is fun, and also progression for your character. So when I did those gearless challenges, I mean, they were hard for sure. They were kind of interesting, at least to me. But there weren't really anything to solve, right? Basically what it came down to is that the difficulty of doing gearless is all like skill based. You have to play better, you have to dodge damage, you have to position yourself, etc. Maybe, I mean, grind for levels, sure, that's something you can do. But I think for me the most fun challenges are like stuff like this, when you have to, like, you kind of have a problem that you're trying to solve. And there are definitely things you need to solve, quote unquote, if you're playing without gear. But playing without gear removes such a big, interesting part of the game that I kind of lost interest in doing gearless runs. Maybe I'll get back to it someday, but... Anyway, a little bit of a tangent, if anyone was wondering what happened to the Can I Beat Diablo 2 Without Gear series. That's what happened. Dodgy pack, but at least good experience. Or maybe they are not elite, so maybe not good experience, but should be decent experience. Oh, my boots broke. Will this challenge be a video too? Probably not. Maybe. It kind of depends on how it goes. If we don't even manage to beat Andariel, I don't think it's gonna be a video. If we make it a bit further, maybe. The thing is though that if I keep up streaming once or twice a week and I keep producing like a video only once a month, I'm gonna finish stream challenges much faster than I put out videos. So not every stream is gonna be able to be... Not every stream challenge is gonna be a video, right? Eventually. So we'll see. But if I had to give you an answer right now, it's probably not gonna be a video. Though I do think it could make for an interesting video. Like, I think the premise could make for a good video. You know, all the problems we're running into. Like, finding ourselves in a position where we couldn't really kill anything already in the underground passage. Kind of unexpected. An unexpected turn, right? You should make an Iron Golem only video. That is something that sounds so interesting and appealing to me on paper. But at the same time, I think that the Iron Golem is basically a weaker mercenary in a lot of ways, right? And already beating the game with just a mercenary is very tough. So I think it's just gonna be so low powered.
Hello.
Though I guess that's what like being low power is what carries a lot of my runs. So maybe I shouldn't dismiss that factor. It's so let me answer it like this. It's not something I'm working on right now, and not something I'm even like planning. But the concept of Iron Golem only is really appealing to me. Or maybe just golems only, because you need to start with something else, I guess. Or you could make like... Come on, die! Oh, that was close. I guess you could make like a hero edited item, so you get +1 to Iron Golem on level 1 or something. There is a golem only challenge on YouTube. Oh, cool. What's the name of the video or the channel who made it? I would be interesting to see how it does. Because I have never really had a high level golem with like the maxed synergies and everything, so maybe I'm underestimating it. Ooh, man, I'm often very close to dead as well, so I'm not really... It's not all about damage, I'm barely staying alive. And these are not even elite enemies. I suggested many times a no potion run, but he's not interested. Well, you have to realize that I get so many suggestions, right? And I make, what, 1, maybe 2 challenges a month, if you count both streaming and videos. But I get like, every stream and every video I put out, I get like 10 or 20 suggestions at least. So if I don't make your idea, it's not that I think it's a bad idea, but it's just I can't do everything that's suggested to me. Oh, Prophet Ezekiel. Okay, I know about that channel. Title is Golem Dad. It's a 5-hour compilation in 3 parts. Oh, jeez. That's a long one.
The Order welcomes you.
All right, and this is the best challenge you come up with. Oh man. Yes, I think this is a great challenge, but of course, you know, your mileage might vary. But I think this is a super fun challenge. Is set items only something you've had suggested? Yes, a lot of times, especially on my unique only run. It was suggested a lot. And I don't think I mentioned this before because I don't want to like promise a run, because I don't like to promise or like tell. Man, I gotta restart again. We're approaching the 4th hour, which is, I guess, why the commentary is falling apart a little bit. I don't like saying exactly what I'm working on next and stuff, because then it feels like I'm promising what's coming next, and I sometimes change my mind. But I did start a set only run a couple of weeks ago. I made it through most of normal, but so far I haven't loved how it has played out. There has been some interesting drops, of course, but gameplay wise it hasn't been the most interesting, so I'm not really working on it right now. But I think set items only is something that I will do eventually. I mean the uniques only video did quite well, so I think it makes sense to do set items as well. Man, I have nothing to charge on, and I do think I need to charge for the minions. a run where you only use skills from charges, that is also that is suggested like a surprisingly often, like using only skill charges. And it is an interesting concept, but either I am undervaluing how strong charged skills are, or the people suggesting it are overvaluing it. Because the problem is not only that you will have to repair your weapon a lot, the problem is also that all the charges are terribly low level. So it's gonna be very hard to get you to do any damage basically very quickly. Like a level 4 firebolt or whatever is absolute crap damage. Wouldn't you run out of gold all the time? Oh yeah, but there's chests that don't require you to kill anyone. But yeah, that's another problem. Especially the high level skills are so expensive to repair. Like in some runs I use a teleport staff, and even if the staff itself has basically no other stats, it is like 2k gold per skill charge or something for teleport, and that's a level 18 skill. Oh man, he didn't die from that. Rough. Why are we playing with Trident? Oh, right. Oh, sorry. You already got that answered. Yeah, Trident is 9 to 15. I do have a slightly better weapon, a 3-socketed axe, but I'm saving that to make malice in. Well, I didn't know what to expect from this run, but I was just checking the time, and it's like it's creeping up on 4 hours, and we are still in the inner cloister, or the cathedral. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it seems like very slow progress. Which is not strange or anything when you consider what we're doing, I guess. And this, I guess this is exactly what I meant when someone said this is looking to be a very short challenge. Even if we don't make it very far, it does seem like it's gonna be a long challenge. Any more elites? Nice, nice. Andoriel is over 1k HP. So I guess a good milestone could be to try and kill Griswold and the Smith first. But I do think our damage is gonna not grow linearly. It's gonna be very much, how do you say? It's gonna be big jumps when we unlock new gear and new skills and stuff. Speaking of skills, I do think, yeah, we do have an unassigned skill point. So if I want Dragon Tail at level 18, I need 18, 17, 16. But if I start investing in Dragon Talon now, it is higher chance that I won't forget to grab the skill points. But I guess I do need more damage right now, since I'm not killing every monster I attack. Rare Trident, he missed it. No, I didn't miss it. It's just that there are no stats right now that can compete with... There are no stats I can roll that can compete with the 30 poison over 3 seconds right now. Though of course I should
Yes?
identify it, I guess. Maybe I'm missing something. I thought we should go for... The word you're looking for is exponential. Is it? Well, what I mean is that our damage isn't growing linearly with every level up. It's gonna be like making big jumps tied to certain events, like equipping a new weapon or unlocking a new skill. When you say exponential, isn't that more like the interest effect, like you grow by a percentage every time, so the curve goes like a ski slope? That's not quite the same, isn't it? Is it? Maybe it is, I don't know. It's a step function. That sounds more like what I was trying to say. And you'll have to forgive me. We are approaching the 4-hour mark, and I'm surprised that my commentary has stayed this coherent for so long, because usually we didn't even take a certified 8-minute break this time. Because usually I fall apart much earlier than this. Why emeralds instead of tell? It's only because we are only level 14. Once we hit level 17, I will be switching to a triple tell weapon for sure. And I'm struggling to hit so much, but it says that I have 95% chance to hit. I guess they are blocking my attacks, maybe? Oh, unlucky. Take 8 minutes now and then go for another 4 hours. I would love to. Unfortunately, I can't due to real-life obligations. Whoops, I didn't... Yeah, I'm just gonna save an exit. I didn't see it was a champion. Would being hit with effects like Frost Nova or Thorns count towards the one hit for enemy for this challenge? Yeah, I think I don't want to use Thorns damage or chance to hit spells. I don't think it's gonna make a difference in the grand scheme of things. But it feels cleaner to not allow that. Or like count that as I'm hitting someone. I mean, if I was playing a Thorns paladin and enemies one-shot themselves when they hit me, that would be fair game as far as I'm concerned. Ooh, run. Oh, she did die. No! What happened? This is so unforgiving. I guess I should be playing with force move more, because what happened there was I tried clicking on a fallen, I missed the fallen, and then clicked on the ground with my Tiger Strike. And then she just attacked the closest enemy instead. Because I didn't click on the fallen, I clicked on the ground. Just tell them you had to work overtime. Well, I guess technically that could be true. Only ghosts. I need something to charge on. Maybe there's one over here. Right, here we go. Let's see if I can stab a few ghosts. Also, it's like, even if this challenge doesn't go very far, it's very funny to me to use Fallen being resurrected by the shaman as a way to ensure max level charges. Very fun, silly strategy to use. And the fact that that is like a strong play for this run already makes me love this run. Man, not even close on killing the like champion or elite boss ghosts, not even close. Any idea how to get like 7 times the damage for Andariel? Yeah, that's gonna be no problem. Let's worry about that a little later. I mean, I haven't tested it, so my plan might be no good. But I do think a couple of new weapons and unlocking Tiger Strike, no, Dragon Tail. Though I guess that getting a Malice Axe isn't gonna be very helpful if we go for Dragon Talon, right? If some assassin expert would like to share some insight, what works with what works with kicks, like what on weapon stats works with kicks? Because like the damage of your weapon, that doesn't matter at all, right? Wow, cool. 8 to minimum damage. I mean, it pales in comparison to the gemmed trident, but as a finisher, it probably does more, right? We can try by charging it up. No, actually, well, it does a fair bit better on minimum damage, slightly worse on max damage. And I would just like to point out for all the... Oops. Challenge void. I would just like to point out for all the doubters that 18 magic find, 27 magic find, and we have found like what? 2 uniques and a set item. Don't forget your magic find, people. Just get grief. Alright, let me see what you were. Oh, Crushing Blow and Deadly Strike works. Interesting. Does Critical Strike also work for kicks? Like if I make that armor, the Amazon armor, that gives +2 to Critical Strike or Insight? Death Spade, that's gonna help for now. In 4 hours though. Yeah, something like that. Alright. That is fair. It's not only the magic find, it's also that we've been playing for 4 hours in Act 1. Fair. Every added damage works, only the weapon damage not. So ED and min-max damage, attack speed, not matter. So if I put a 9 plus to max damage jewel in my helm, will that work for kicks or not? Why are we not level 17 yet? Asking the hard questions. Yes, ED, enhanced damage for kicks, is bad, but does plus max damage or plus min damage off weapon work for kicks? Or is that only adding to your weapon? And here I go, asking questions, and then... Man, this was such a juicy pack, but I accidentally hit one of the minions. Okay, it works because it's added damage, not the weapon gives. I don't think max damage works, only straight up damage from grief and such. No, it will not. Alright. Crits do not work with kicks. Okay, I'm getting some conflicting information, so I guess I have to look up a guide or something off stream before next time and figure it out. But at least we can all agree that getting a big two-handed weapon is not gonna help for kicks. It's gonna help for charging up Tiger Strike though, which is arguably the hardest part. Ooh. No, I'm poisoned. Man, being cold slowed is so brutal when you're already using a slow weapon. There's one more. Oh, there's one more minion. Okay, we might get to level 15 this stream anyway, but don't think we're gonna make it to level 17, unfortunately. Slowest grinding man has ever seen. Oh, open wounds and crushing blow works. Deadly strike does not, even on claw mastery. Plus any plus damage doesn't work. ED only works for on weapon. Man, that's rough. Oh, thank you, Balthazar. If this challenge takes forever, will you call it the agony of defeat, the feat challenge? Maybe. It's not really my style to use. I'm very literal in what I call my challenges, right? Also not a big feat guy, not to overshare. Bunch of potions. No more rejuves, that's a bit worrying. Do you plan to invest extra points into strength for more damage? Yeah, part of me thinks that I should have put every single stat point into strength for more damage. But part of me also thinks that, like, the reason I have done 50 vitality at all is because I'm scared of dying, basically. But I definitely aim to put more points into strength than needed for gear. Though depending on what we end up going, because it's kind of, in one way we need to optimize for kick damage, since we are probably gonna use a kick as our finisher. But on the other hand, we also need to do normal attacks to charge up Tiger Strike. So we will need strong kick damage and strong, you know, right click damage, or how to say. And I think that's gonna be an issue, for a bit of a lack of a better word. Would sabers be a good base? I don't know the base damage off the top of my head, but like my shorthand is that fast weapons, low base damage, slow weapons, high base damage, right? And the saber is fast, so I assume it is not worth it. I guess it doesn't show the dark one's chance to block, but that's not 95% chance to hit, in my opinion. Dragon Talon, yeah, but I'm not going for Dragon Talon, I'm going for Dragon Tail. But yes, Dragon Talon would be multiple attacks in one attack, and I think it's a bit against the spirit of the challenge, though you could also say that it is one attack, so either way works for me. But like a level 1 Dragon Talon is only 1 kick, so that would be fine as far as I'm concerned. And of course, I'm not... The rules are arbitrary, so if we get completely hard stuck, we might explore if it's possible with 1 skill, like 1 Dragon Talon. But that doesn't seem as fun to me. We are level 15 though, so at least we can make our malice before this one ends. This is not hardcore, it's softcore. If it is if L F, right? I'm not getting that wrong. Not gonna wait for any answers, I'm just gonna make it anyway. Okay, it was right. The problem is that it mainly boosts maximum damage, but it does have 100% chance of open wounds, which allegedly works with kicks. So it could still be a decent kick weapon. Drain life, yeah, but I would use it like this, run around with, say, let's pretend that this is my charge switch, and like charge it up and then swap to Malice for the finisher and then swap back. But yeah, 5 drain life is gonna be painful for this weak ass assassin. Open wounds is like 150 damage too. What? No way, not already. Really? I'm level 15. I would think it's way lower than that, but I do not have anything to back up that claim. Just try it out. Good point. So if I find a decently strong enemy, it is faster though, which is kind of nice, or actually it doesn't matter that much, right? But I mean, look at the max damage though, almost getting close to one-hitting Griswold. Of course, maybe if I can clear out all of the small guys and attack the main ghost. Wow, it was one shot. Okay. I guess, I mean, I'm staring blindly at minimum damage, but a lot of the time it's not gonna deal minimum damage, right? So I think my mind is a little bit too focused on min damage, while especially when we're doing a grind like this, having maximum damage or like higher average damage is also gonna be useful, right? So I think Malice was a good call regardless of if it can 100% kill every enemy or not. Though we didn't really get to test how good open wounds is, right? Since they all die from one hit. Which I guess is a beautiful problem to have. It should only be 16 damage per second over 8 seconds. That's very decent though, if it's in addition to everything else. Alright. Good call, guys, for telling me to make Malice. I was kind of not considering it on my own. But as the low price shopping centers say, every bit helps. That is what they say, right? Never mind. hour 4 yapping has officially begun. 166 total, very nice. I think you should aim for max damage and just re-roll, and when you don't hit, I think it will be the best chance of clearing this. Yeah, you might be right. The reason I am so afraid of min damage was that in the beginning of the challenge, when we were getting stuck at the underground passage because like 1 in every 5 archers or something wasn't one shot. But maybe we shouldn't play like that at all. Maybe we should just use Cloak of Shadows to run past everything, and then stop and farm by a waypoint if we need to farm, and then go for act bosses. So maybe I should just let go of my minimum damage and anxiety. Alright, this ghost didn't get one shot, let's see. Alright, still ticking, still ticking. Oh, beautiful, okay. Possessed ghost, that is really physical resistant, right? But we can just try an attack to see what it does. Oh, beautiful. Much better than the poison damage. Of course, not enough to kill a possessed wraith. Possessed has increased physical resistance. We're aiming for as much damage as possible, not consistency. I can kind of agree with that, though we need some consistency to progress through areas. At least that was my original thinking. Maybe it's not as important, but we need some consistency in charge up, and we need some consistency in making it past enemies. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we should just Cloak of Shadows rush through everything that we can, and then just go for roll the dice against elites or like bosses. You can have both consistency on Switch, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely true. The challenge is live, boys. We are making it. Feeling washed over with confidence. Wow, I've never seen that there is a room back here. Wow. Is this a random spawn? I've never seen a room back here. Cool, cool, cool. Amp damage wand. For next, nothing against, not to jump on you personally, the last person who said it, but next stream I'm gonna put up a banner that amp damage can't spawn on wands. Though it can spawn as chance to cast on striking, which is maybe what everyone has been saying. Whoops, it wasn't charged up for that. And it's probably not gonna be enough, right? Or is it? No, but close. That room was always there from the first release. Oh, interesting. Well, you learn something new. Even after 20 years. Oh, here we go. Here's the only amplified damage wand that is possible. I guess we can save it just in case. You found my secret hideout. I'm disappointed that there was no coffee and some nice coffee bread. Is that an English word, or is it a Swedish word that I directly translated? Like a bun or a little cake? Yes, I came to my senses. I will save the wand, just in case we absolutely need it. So right now we are playing an axe acid. Badumtis. And it's looking really strong. Though unfortunately, I think after this run I'm gonna have to call it. Without even reaching level 16. Ooh, that's rough. Can you even bait a monster from outside the Chaos Sanctuary to hit it next to Diablo? Well, let's not worry about Diablo yet. I'm thinking for the Andoriel fight. But yeah, that might not be possible. Or maybe it is possible, but for example, Duriel, it's impossible to get another enemy into Duriel's lair. Okay, one more run. Ooh, good point, Straylol. I still need to one-hit. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to one-hit the minion with 2 to 4 damage. Ah, good point. So I guess I need to shop for a big sword or something. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to one-hit anything with 2 to 4 damage. Good point, good point. There's too many like variables, too many cogs spinning in my head at the same time. It's like my brain is like a old floppy disk from the 90s, and once two separate thoughts are in there, it's full. So if you need to add another one, you need to delete the first one. And right now I really wish I had the burst of speed. Though of course I don't think you can make a reasonable argument that it's worth it. With the skill point investment, that is. Oh, bleed out, bleed out. However a skeleton or a ghost bleeds, I don't know, but I'll take it. This has to be the only stream where a floppy disk or where the majority actually knows what a floppy disk is. Man, don't say that. But you're probably right though, especially on Twitch. I guess the average age is a bit younger over there. I remember I remember getting Dune from a friend, and Doom from a friend back in like school, and it was on 5 floppy disks. They like the installation file from Doom for Doom, and of course it was full of viruses. So our family computer got infected, and my parents had to call their tech-savvy, or my tech-savvy uncle to help sort it out.
Good day to you, partner.
Thank you, Elemental Swayhander for becoming a member. Where and how to flirt with Diablo 2 loving girls. I think you have to find a nice lady and teach her the ways of Sanctuary. I think that's your best bet. You're probably not gonna find them on sidebars, like add sidebars on shady websites though. Fair warning. Alright. I guess we did even one more run. Having tons of fun with this so far, so it's hard for me to round off. No. Will he die? Oh, he did. It was a minion, I believe. So I was not sure if a one hit would be enough, because I hit him with the wrong skill. let's use our crowd control since it's so good. Imagine if we could find a... what's it called? Ravenfrost or something. I would settle for a Hawkmail as well. Hello, any new video coming soon? Yeah, I was hoping to have it out by now or next week, but it's taking longer than I anticipated. So it is coming, hopefully this month, but unfortunately I can't promise that. Because it turned out to be more work than I thought it would be. It's not gonna be the crafting only though, it's gonna be a new challenge that haven't been seen before. Some have asked about the character Gluteus Maximus on my home screen or my character selection screen, and that's gonna be the next video. Hopefully later in this month, but might be looking at early May because I'm taking some time off for Easter with the family. But rest assured, the Diablo videos aren't going anywhere. The Diablo challenge videos. Alright. The little goblin kept blocking for his life. Yeah, I was talking about that before. Like I have a 95% chance to hit a dark one, but sometimes I miss like 4 or 5 in a row. Alright. I think I have to round off. Thank you so much for everyone for hanging out. It's been super fun. I thought it was a very fun challenge to do and start. Lots of interesting theory crafting in chat. And I hope to see you next time when we continue and hopefully take down Andariel. Is it possible with 25 to 55 damage? No, but hopefully we can make it happen. Next stream, I will schedule the stream in advance, but I am afraid that I will not be able to make another stream happen this week, I think. Possibly on Thursday, and if that happens, I will schedule it on YouTube and Twitch in advance. Otherwise, I'll pick it up next week again. So I wish you a great continuation of the week, or how you phrase that in English. A great rest of the week, I think makes more sense. And happy Easter if you celebrate. And I'll see you next time. Have a good one, guys.